Good evening. Oh, it's going to be a bad night on the sound system. Is Don there? Can he fix all the feedback? Does anybody see Don? Okay, well, we're just going to, if I go like this. Okay, Don, it's feedbacky. Hear it? Welcome to sophisticated Greenwich, Connecticut. Okay, so,
There's the budget, I saw it was in the budget.
yeah, we've got something. Okay, so,
We can't spend it till August.
all right, I'm just. David Christie Arison at 17 Bryan Road. We're going to have some people in and out in terms of being seated, but we'll talk about that as we go. For now, all the regulars are seated on this application. And may you proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. This is for item 2, 122 Cedar Cliff Road. What we're proposing is to demolish the existing house, which is in the north corner of the property, and construct a new house, a driveway coming up to it, and a pool. We have been to the wetland agency, which has approved our wetland permit. One of the things that came out of the initial application to wetlands is there's a portion of the property to the south which is owned by the neighborhood association along with its beach. We had thought that the neighborhood association wanted us to include that as part of the overall renovation to the wetlands. There has been a change in that, so we have eliminated any activity that is not on our property, and
Right.
this area will remain
And
as
in-
is, and the wetland agency, the director said
That's
that
okay
that's
then.
fine.
We saw that it was in our briefing package that it's scrub, and they're satisfied with it being scrub on the association side. Mr. Hegney, as I understand it, there are two main issues at this point. The first one is the question of the drainage, which Mr. DeAndrea had addressed some questions, but still remained open whether or not you were flowing onto the private association's beach area, and whether that had been addressed. And then there's a second issue that you have with the ZEO around the walls.
Yes, so let me address
Okay,
those
so if you would
in that order.
address those two issues. Thank you.
The neighborhood association retained Redness and Mead to do a peer review of Mr. DeAndrea's drainage report and site plan. Redness and Mead had a number of recommendations, all of which we have adopted and are included in the May 8th plans that have been filed and are pending review with Mr. Marucci. And Mr. Marucci has submitted a comment to your staff. This is an email to Pat LaRoe at 3:06 today. It says, "The Engineering Division can complete the review of the outstanding Engineering Division comments dated May 8th prior to zoning/building permit if acceptable to the Commission." I've talked to Mr. DeAndrea, and he believes that all of those comments have been addressed, and if changes need to be made, they can be addressed.
Yeah, the question that Mr. DeAndrea had written something, I think it was early last week, that addressed most of the comments, but didn't address the one about the private beach, about the land held by the private association. So I believe you've now resolved that, Mr. DeAndrea?
Yes.
Okay, you can sit down. Yes, you're now retaining, you're going to 25 years storm on site now?
That's correct.
And there will be no increase in the flow to the beach?
That's correct. And misclassified slightly. It's not actually a beach, it's a lawn area. And in between the lawn area and our property along the wetlands is a depression. So runoff has always gone to that low depression, then found its way to the drainage system within the roadway. What we did was we provided an additional amount of storage to accommodate the reduction of the peak rate as suggested by the pier. When it was agreed with the association that we could improve the wetland, that was not an issue. When they retracted that, then we had to address the peak. We did.
Okay,
And that's been submitted in the packet to Mr. Marucci within a couple of days upon receipt of the peer review comments.
okay. That was, okay.
That was engineering. Mr. Kuchar had 4 comments as part of his zoning enforcement officer's report. One, he wanted the FAR plan's dimension. We delivered that to your staff and to Mr. Kuchar yesterday. He also wanted a note on the plan that the crawl spaces are going to be less than 5 feet. There's a note on the plan that says they'll be 4 feet 10 inches. He also wanted us to confirm that we were meeting the requirements of 6-134C3. This particular requirement is for a half-story. The rafters have to come in, down, and tie into the floor joists of the second floor. That is how we designed it. He was seeking more sections.
Yes,
The
I saw
architect
that.
hasn't done those, but he has noted in his memo today that that can be resolved at zoning permit sign-off.
Right, the only thing that he has prior to our approval is the question of the walls.
Right, and I did discuss that with him as well.
With staff.
There is one area right here where he had a question as to the height, and there is one area right here we had a question as to the separation between the 3.5-foot-high walls. I did forward this to Mr. DeAndrea, and he has confirmed that he can meet
Okay.
the requirements of the wall height and separation.
Okay. But we will need the ZEO to sign off first.
Well,
We've confirmed that.
to get a building permit, you need the CEO to
No,
sign off, so.
we confirmed this afternoon that I asked Patrick to call him this afternoon, and Jody confirmed this afternoon that he wanted, prior to our approval, he wanted the issue with the walls resolved. And we specifically double-checked this afternoon because there had been some confusion over it. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Hegney on these matters?
Is this letter today?
Yeah.
Did you see this letter?
No, I haven't had a chance to read it.
They're raising some of the same issues. It's a pretty dense letter, so I can't read it all, but have you seen this letter?
I have not yet
Yeah.
seen that, no.
Andy stole mine.
Okay, well,
Where is it? Oh, that means that Nick stole mine again.
It's from Mr. Stavros at 36 Cedar Cliff Road.
Well,
They will
all right.
hear from him here.
But do the commissioners have any questions? Okay.
Yeah,
My college radio station did better.
so, so, Mr. Couture actually he wants this resolved, these zoning issues resolved prior to our approval.
Yes. Yeah, that's what the email said today from Pat.
Different
Because he's a zoning enforcement officer, and that's what he said. I didn't ask why. That's what he said.
Okay, so he
He
basically,
said, just confirmed with him, walls need to be addressed prior to site plan approval.
okay, so it's that part, but the,
50 PM.
but the sections aren't sub, the section the sections he's requesting actually are not required prior to zoning permit.
Okay, but it's the walls.
Because he hasn't even had a chance to look at the plans yet, but based on when they came in. So I think, there might be an interpretation question, and he hasn't even looked at it. That's part of the
Well, I did go over it with him this afternoon, and he had one comment in an area just at the corner of the pool, whether the wall met the 3.5-foot height requirements. And the second was the walls here are closer together. And Mr. DeAndrea has indicated he has adequate room to create more distance between them to meet the 15-foot separation.
Can I respond to it first of all? I want to make the record clear. The area of concern that Mr. Couture has suggested is at the southwest corner of the pool terrace. And the elevation is clearly shown, top of wall is 15. And the elevation at the bottom of that is 11.5, which can easily be traced. The allowable height of a wall is 3.5 feet in the 1-acre zone. We are totally compliant. In regard to the other aspect of this, grade plane is taken at 6 feet, but that's not a grade plane wall. It's coming down through the stairwell. So that's the difference that we have to understand, that that's been done. In response to that, we have to move only one wall. This is a 20 scale. We have to move it about 3 feet toward the pool. This is not a final design. It will go back to the zoning enforcement officer. This plan is compliant. And if he has a problem with the wall, we can move it or satisfy him or eliminate it.
Mr. DeAndrea, at 3:50 this afternoon, I got an email from Mr. LaRoe telling me that he had confirmed that the ZEO wanted the wall issue resolved prior to site plan approval. I'm sorry, but we're going to respect his request.
Very well.
Okay, do you have any more questions from, no? Are you ready for us to turn to public comment?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Who would like to speak from the public? Yes, sir? Are you the gentleman who wrote? Yes. The letter that everybody keeps stealing from me.
3 copies, there are typos. I'm Chris Stavru, I live at 36 Cedar Cliff Road. Until yesterday, I was secretary of the managing board. As of today, I'm the treasurer. Until yesterday, I was secretary of the board of management of the Indian Head Association. And as of today, I'm the treasurer of the same organization. 16 of our 19 members, homeowners, voted against the plan as presented. That includes 4 out of 5 of our board members. The plan was pushed through on the agreement of one board member, which doesn't count because an individual board member can't speak for the whole association according to our bylaws on a matter of this importance. The initial sign of alarm, which alarmed folks, was the letter to abutters, which I will say was, how shall I say this, vague, in that it implied there would be open hearings, and these open hearings would be announced in Greenwich time, and indeed that was not the case. Now, my letter today discusses a little of the history, because as long as I've been a resident, 24 years, I've seen this happen 4 or 5 times before. 4 or 5 times before, where a house was approved, and everybody was acting properly, the surveyors, the engineers, and so forth, but Mother Nature threw their plans askew. This is basically what has happened. Today we have far more water than we had 5 and 10 years ago. Roughly 10, 15 years ago, there was 40 inches of rain a year. Now there are 60. About 5 new homes were constructed on Dawn Harbor Lane, which is roughly 5 feet above Cedar Cliff Road. Their water drains into our water. We used to have bone-dry basements. Now we have flooded basements. We had 0 catch basins. Now we have 6 catch basins, plus a large drain down below. Every time they would build a house or gut a house, we would lose trees. So it's a combination of new construction, which upsets our underground water courses. We have a notoriously high water table. We have springs. I have a spring right across the street from my house. There was a house, I'm at 36, at number 44. There was a wooded lot with a spring with ducks and kids ice skating. Construction was approved with in good faith, and as soon as the house went up, the water began leaking onto the adjacent property. The adjacent property built a berm that didn't work. They topped the trees. We used to have the tallest pines in Riverside. On my property alone, we had a 113-foot pine and a 115-foot elm. So no Dutch elm disease or anything like that. The trees are like dying people trying to drink. They drink up a lot of water. So the trees disappeared. The underground water courses were disturbed. Now, the thing that no one has mentioned so far about this property, 122, is that it has the steepest declination of any property of the 19 properties on Cedar Cliff Road. Okay, the current residence, which is 2,700 square feet, is at 30.5 square feet. The declination drops to 6 feet when it abuts with our beach property. And of course, our beach property goes to 0. The proposed new home would be on the steepest portion of this declination. By the way, the declination, the 24.5-foot declination, is all within 200 feet. And the steepest portion of that drops the fastest. This property used to be a quarry. They're building a house on a cliff, and because of this sharp slope, they put up a 3-story house, plus pool, plus patio, and so forth, overlooking our beach. Now, they tried to push through, again, without anybody knowing about it, except for one person who hastily signed off on this, or hastily agreed, and his side letter of explanation, of course, was inadmissible. You can't have 2 agreements simultaneously. On the one hand, just a 1-sentence agreement, I agree to what they want to do, and then a big, long explanation, I agree, but subject to our own to Indian Head's disapproval. So all these things were resisted against. So we have the steep declination. We have our beach right below this. The beach has more drainage problems than anyone because it's at the bottom of our properties. Now, in the original site plan, it didn't mention that the water would be flowing out to our property. See, we only found that out through a peer review, which, by the way, was resisted. Mr. Ziga would not allow DeAndrea to release the site plan to Redness for our peer review. Now, it just doesn't sound right. It sounds like they're pushing too hard. Now, think of this. We have 60 inches of rain now. We had 40 inches of rain then. Why are catastrophe insurance companies losing money? Why are coastal property values going down? Why are assessments going down? On our street alone, our biggest shorefront property was originally put on the market for $17.5 million. And the last I heard, it was $9 million. Okay, and it still is not selling. It's this drainage problem. The water in the beach area basically is higher than it's ever been. We've had more periods where the beach has been overrun than we used to. Now, I don't really know what the rainfalls are going to be in 5 or 10 years, but I keep reading about global warming and sea changes and water going up and water going down. I have to believe that despite our best efforts, and certainly DeAndrea it's not only one of the oldest, if not the oldest, firm in its business, it's very highly respected. So it's all being done in good faith. But Mother Nature is stronger than all this. And recent experience, at least in our experience, shows it just doesn't work. It doesn't work because Mother Nature is changing faster than our regulations are. Now, if I'm saying this in isolation, say sit down. But I would bet you're hearing this all over town, that people are having more and more drainage problems, and I think it comes from the weather problem. And on a personal note, I have an uncle who built a comparable house. He was an architect, built a comparable house in Summit, New Jersey, on the side of a hill. Similar idea. It couldn't be built better by the architect builder himself. The darn thing started to slide down the hill. And I said, how can this possibly be? There was a crack in his living room. He had these Florida bricks in the living room, right down from top to the bottom. He was very sanguine about it. He said, all buildings settle. So imagine this, 7,100 square foot, 3-story building, slipping and sliding. And if I could, you say, well, it's on rock. They used dynamite in the old days in quarries. Today, they use controlled explosions. You don't even hear them. In the old days, that was not so. They drilled one hole, bang, and it was the equivalent of fracking. So there are micro cracks probably over that entire area. That means the water can seep out very easily. It should be a natural filter. But that also means that water seeps in. Okay, and so therefore the filter just doesn't work at all. Now, in our home alone, here's what we had to replace our lawn 4 times as it gets wetter and wetter. We had a tree in December fall on our house. Now, this is an experience, okay? Why? The tree was perfectly helpful because the ground is getting wetter. Okay, it's that simple. We even have pictures of when they cut off the stump, we can see the stump, perfectly healthy. Let's see. Well, you get the point. It's Mother Nature. It's not anybody acting untowardly. It looks to me like they pushed too hard to push this through. If 16 out of 19 people resisted against this, imagine 16 out of 19 people in court, including 4 out of 5 of the directors saying, we never heard of this, we know nothing about it.
So, but your concern is that this property isn't going to make sense for the owner.
Well, the house is too big. It may make sense for the owner. It's really up to you and to him what you do.
But the house is within our regulations, but your concern is the house is too big
For the property and the slope, it's the slope.
and the slope. But again, that part isn't going to impact you, right?
I'm on a different, it'll impact the
Right.
beach, which is
To the
very
extent
big.
that they don't manage the water on the beach, and they've confirmed that they are now addressing that, and what we can do is we'll re-ask the Department of Public Works, we'll ask the engineers to look at it very hard with the concerns you've raised in mind. Does that make sense?
Well,
Yeah.
anything you could do would be appreciated. I'm
Okay.
speaking really in behalf of the younger people of the association who use that beach, which is getting wetter and
Okay.
wetter every year. And a final note, I knew the owner of that property very, very well. About 15 years ago, I was on his property, on his deck. The water was flowing
I
through.
saw that in your letter, I had a chance to glance through it, and the water was swirling by 15
Like
years.
Bangladesh.
Like
It was like the
Bangladesh.
monsoon.
The monsoons, yes, I saw that in your letter.
Those were his words,
Yeah.
okay? And that was because of the construction of, I
Yeah.
think it was a 10,000 square foot.
Yeah, now this house is going to be on pillars, though,
His house is on
the new
pillars.
one, yeah.
Well, good for him. I mean, I just know whether that's good or
Yeah.
bad.
Yes, it's because the FEMA, the requirements are that you have to elevate the house now. So we'll pass your concerns on again. Good?
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Anybody else want to speak from the public? No, Mr. Hegney? We will need an extension from you.
And we're happy to provide that, Madam
Thank you.
Chair. I would just add that, a couple of things. One, because of all of the drainage issues that have come about, the town adopted a drainage manual, which Mr. DeAndrea follows, which is enforced by the town engineer and is reviewed by the neighbor's engineer. So we have 3 engineers looking at this. We have a drainage manual that has worked well for this town since it was adopted. and we will certainly abide by it. We are working with the topography of this site so that we can use the drop-off from the steep slope to our advantage as part of the construction. I would also like to add that the petition that was submitted to the commission really talks about not doing any landscaping on the association property, and we're already in agreement, we're not going to do that.
You've agreed to that.
So that's really what the association
And more
had a concern
importantly,
over.
Wetlands didn't have a problem with it and has accepted it in terms of their permit.
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We'll provide the extension.
thank you. Our next application, our next application is 10 North Water LLC and 14 North Water LLC and 13 North Water LLC with a final coastal site plan. This is for covered outdoor dining. Mr. Hegney?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant.
Now you're happy.
This is the Famous Greek Kitchen on the west side of North Water Street, located in this building right here. We are proposing to have outdoor dining on an existing patio, which is just to the north of the restaurant itself, and it would be a total of 20 seats. We are proposing, as part of this, to have a valet parking. The client also owns the property immediately to the north at 14, as well as the property immediately to the I was looking for some of my other plans that... Well, it's property right across the street. It has 2 apartments and a
13 North Water.
pharmacy on the first floor. We would propose to use that space in the evening for 5 parking spaces as part of the valet. The valet would use the driveway at 13 as the pickup and drop-off area. We also have an area to the west of the buildings, which we can use as a valet, and we've submitted a valet plan, which shows how we obtain additional parking there.
And how much additional parking do you get from that? And at what, what would help us is, so you're adding, you currently have 80 seats, correct?
Yes,
You would need 32 spaces for that, but you currently have 7.
correct.
You are proposing to add 20 spaces for which you would need
20
8
seats.
20 seats for which you would need 8 additional parking spaces.
7.
Oh, I know.
8, yeah, 8.
8.
You're right. With the 20%.
And so you're going to use 13 North Water, which has a total of 10 and a half, but the residents need 2 of those 10 and a half, which brings you to the 8 and a half.
Right.
And then the pharmacy needs some parking unless it's not going to be open at all.
The pharmacy closes at 5.
What time does the restaurant open?
For lunch, we would not have, we would remove 20 seats from the inside of the restaurant so that there would be 20 seats less, so there'd be 60, and then we'd have the 20 seats outside. And then in the evening, we would implement the valet after 5 o'clock for use of the parking on 13, as well as additional spaces behind the building.
And what time does the
Parking as a
restaurant
valet.
open? Is the restaurant open all day? But it's
Lunch and
open
dinner.
from lunch through to dinner, is it, so it's open at 3 o'clock in the afternoon? They don't close. So you do have, so until 5 PM,
We would have to eliminate 20 seats in the restaurant, so we have no more than we have right now.
right?
And then at 5 o'clock, we would be able to utilize
Right.
the 20 outside and the 80 inside
Okay.
as part of the valet and the additional
Okay,
parking
and-
spaces available.
So that would put you at not having a greater nonconformity on the parking.
Correct.
Okay, so then the next question is that you have a comment from the ZEO that the patio doesn't comply with the setback.
Yeah, and I didn't get a chance to go over that with Jody today,
Okay.
but that's certainly something we can work out with him.
We weren't really clear, moving to the next department, on why the health department is asking the applicant to come in for approval for the addition of the 20 seats, but apparently they do want an application. I don't know how it changes this, how the standards are different, but,
I spoke with Michael Long today because
Okay.
I was unsure from reading the email, the response
comments.
from
We didn't- we
Mr.
weren't clear.
Farfaglia. And Mr. Long said that they want to make sure that with the additional seating, there is adequate refrigeration for
Okay.
the additional food needed, prep areas, and they
Okay.
want to make sure that the fire marshal has accepted it
Okay, and fire.
as well. And the fire marshal goes through annually, and it's usually during the summer, so we're here to correct an existing condition. The fire marshal has already seen how this condition operates.
Okay.
But we will be meeting with the fire marshal on this.
So-
Mr. Hegney, understanding,
okay, try it again.
Correct. For the most part, it is not an issue. There may be a Friday or a Saturday night where it would become an issue, and my client wants to be able to have that option to be able to provide service to his patrons. But if we were to make the approval of the outdoor dining contingent on getting the health department approval, we can then amend the permit that my client already has, obviously, since he's operating a restaurant, to get the additional 20 seats, and if they don't, then we're stuck with the maximum of 80, whether we have outdoor dining or not. Yes. Yes. Yeah, but, and not in operation now, since we have filed this application to correct this condition.
And since nobody wants to be outside right now anyway.
We don't have to worry about outdoor dining tonight. Yeah.
Want to take a look at, I guess as part of that, actually, there was some questions about grease traps.
Sewer.
I know that. And I guess as part of the health review, you'll have to actually verify with sewer and their connection between health on the grease traps. I know that you supplied information.
We
But if
know you
there's-
installed one, but sewer hadn't signed off on it.
Yeah, This was actually a replacement to the one that was
Yeah.
there already.
But sewer wrote and said that they hadn't seen the something, so,
We'll
Okay.
meet with the sewer department.
okay. The next, so that was the grease trap.
Then you said now the valet picks up in the driveway of 13. 13 is
Right,
the
there's-
pharmacy?
As you know, there's no parking in front of the restaurant
Yeah.
itself, and it would cause traffic issues if we
Absolutely.
tried to have the valet there. And the driveway on 13 is wide enough where they can pull in and pull out.
13 is the pharmacy across the street?
Yes, pharmacy across the street. Yep.
Okay,
And of course, we would only be using that after the pharmacy closes.
right, okay. That seems a little uncomfortable to me. The kind of driveway's a little narrow, isn't it? So actually, you pull in to the driveway and somebody grabs your car and you walk across the street?
When
That's
we-
how it's going to work?
Yes, and we did,
Char.
when we came in with that in 2003, 2004.
Previous approval.
For the approval for the pharmacy.
Right.
Because that had been an apartment on the first floor, and we were turning it into retail space. We did widen that driveway to provide for the ability to have two-way movement.
And the valet is run by a company that's going to do this, or how's that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that agreement been set up yet?
Yes, we have not signed it pending approval here, but yes, we have received a valet contract.
Okay. Does staff have that yet?
No, we hadn't provided that to staff. We certainly can.
So, the staff had asked for a survey so that we could see that, we could have the parking available at 13 North Water on the record. And also, I think it would be helpful if you provide the pharmacy hours and the
Yes.
restaurant hours 7 days a week. I assume the pharmacy is sometimes open beyond 5?
No, I don't think so. I think it closes at 5.
Wow, interesting. Okay, so if you would just...
It's not
prov-
CVS.
Yeah, but in the old days, pharmacies were always, there was always one, how do you say that in English? The turno. Well, okay.
Available.
No, on call.
On call.
Yeah. So, the biggest issue right now is your ZEO issue.
I will speak with the zoning
you
enforcement
think this should
officer
go to
about that,
ARC?
as well as these other issues.
Okay. And do any of the commissioners have any comments? Mrs. DeLuca?
About the cover over the patio.
The cover over the patio is
It's the
gone,
cover,
right?
It's not the
Yeah.
patio.
Yeah,
I thought that was gone.
it's an awning.
I thought, I understood it had been removed. Didn't you say yesterday, Pat, that, or didn't Jackie say that the awning was gone? No?
Not the awning, the seating, I believe. is-
No, the seating is gone because we're here to
Right.
get that approval.
And you're going to keep the awning?
Yes.
Patio cover doesn't comply with required setbacks, that's Mr.
Yeah, that's what I have to
Couture
talk about
says.
with Jody.
Okay, so the question is, should it go to ARC since they've
No.
got the awning?
What's the ownership of those three other properties, Mr. Heckman?
So,
They're all in 3 LLCs owned by the Karapides family.
Oh, okay, so it's
common ownership.
common
It's, yeah, it
ownership,
is
though
common
has a
ownership.
different name, it's the same.
Same members of the LLCs, yes.
Mr.
Isn't this where the
Hagney,
old bank was?
removing the 20 seats, is that a big deal? I mean, what happens there? It sounds like every day you have to move 20 seats, or you just
If that's the bank.
rope them off?
There is a back room which
Right.
has the 20 seats,
Up
which
the
could be
steps and in
closed
back.
and roped off, yes.
Does that have 20 seats back
Ask
there?
him.
More.
Probably has
I don't
more,
know.
yeah.
Okay.
The issue is really in the evening,
you
it's
keep-
not during
I'm
lunch,
going to buy you drinks all the time.
when we would have the additional spaces available.
Who owns the lot to the west of the pharmacy?
West of the pharmacy. You mean to the east?
Across the street.
Oh, it's the restaurant.
No. We're way too many, there's,
What Mr. Fox is saying is that there's a parking lot on either side of the pharmacy, and that, so there's a town parking
There's
lot on one...
municipal
s-
parking
That's the municipal
that
parking.
surrounds 13 on the...
Other side.
On the south
On the
and on
south
the
side.
east side
did
Uh,
you try to get parking from them?
from the town. I didn't think the commission would find that acceptable. I've been
Yeah.
telling my client he has to find it on his own property.
He asked that yesterday.
But they're deficient in parking.
Yeah, but so is the rest of the
And-
neighborhood.
but Practically, they're gonna have a valet, and it's after hours, they're gonna park in the town lot.
If people are entitled to park in the town lot, but to use it for their required parking is not acceptable. Just because that we do for every business.
No, I
See what I mean?
understand
So,
that.
but obviously, people can park in the town lot. It's a
And of
practical-
course, a
it's
lot of
work, but-
people walk.
Right.
Yeah,
But you don't want to also lock up town parking, because Byram's tight on parking.
yeah, I know.
And we've seen a
well,
lot of, I mean,
no,
what
we've
Mr.
proceeded-
Yeski mentioned yesterday is we've seen a lot of businesses fail in Byram because of the lack of parking.
Well,
So-
I'm not sure that's necessarily the case.
The
You know,
coffee shop,
The,
the pancake place?
well, I was thinking more of the other restaurant on Mill Street, on the
No,
south
that
side of
one,
Mill Street.
that restaurant just comes and goes, but
I think that's it, they come and
But
go.
there's plenty of parking behind
But
that.
the parking, that coffee shop very specifically told us that people came in and told her there was nowhere to park.
Well, there was a parking issue at one time that had to do with people coming over the line and parking.
I remember that.
So they've been trying to sort that out. So as opposed to shopping parking, it was a problem created by some
Yeah,
other
And,
Businesses. I remember it was Terry Lodge
commuter parking.
and valet.
yeah, that's
Terry.
true. There were a lot of people
And
parking
valet
in
for
Byram
Terry.
and walking to the Portchester train station.
Yeah.
I think the issue was, we are trying to help Byram, and parking is an issue there, the whole development is an issue there, and these restaurants do come and go. I think this is the last
That-
restaurant. There were
This
a
one
coup-
has not come and gone. This one is here to
Well, the
stay.
family owns everything, so that helps, but a lot of these other restaurants have come and gone, and we want to see that area blossom, so we were debating what else you could do there.
Well, that's why we've come in with the valet plan, with
Understand.
valet parking, and using the spaces that won't be used for the pharmacy for the restaurant in the evening.
And now, because of the valet parking, they are complying with their parking requirements, so seems pretty straightforward to me.
Mr. Macker, I had a question for you.
You said that the pharmacy closes at 5.
That's what I
Okay,
understand.
I have information here in front of me that actually closes at 7. Closes at 5 on Saturdays, but it's from 9 to 7.
Sir, do you mind coming up here? I'm sorry. No, all the way around, sorry. We make everybody do this.
Introduce yourself.
I'm sorry, Stavros Karapides, chef, cook, all that stuff, owner. The pharmacy closes at 5. They always put that, they're gone out the door by 5. And as a matter of fact, even the apartment upstairs is my parents live upstairs, and they don't have a car. So that's part of a factor as well. They live above the pharmacy. It's not rented out to people, apartments and stuff like that. They live there. So they're out the door at 5. As a matter of fact, they're not there till 10 o'clock in the morning, and I'm there every day of 365 days a year.
The pharmacy lists their hours as,
9 to 7.
I'm sure they do. And I can send you pictures that they're gone at 5 every day.
We'll
Yeah, straighten that out.
review that with the pharmacy.
also, if you don't mind, the fact that your parents are there now, they may decide they want to live in Florida one day, so we have to have parking for the apartments.
I understand.
Okay.
I'm just trying to give perspective, because there's a lot of, to be honest with you, I've grown up and lived in Byron my whole life. I see a lot of apartments, people living in apartments where there's, people with 3 cars and stuff like that, and parking is a problem, for sure. But, my family's been in Byron for 40 years.
Yeah,
So,
and
so I see what's going on, and I see people parking. They park on the street next to me, walk to Portchester. Those issues are other issues that people aren't
Yeah.
enforcing and that kind of thing. Otherwise, there'd be a lot more parking, and we're trying to,
fix it.
fix the problem here,
Great.
instead of,
Okay,
We did recognize right from the start that we needed to be able to show you that parking would be available. and
you're not
that's why we've
increasing
come
the
in with this.
nonconformity, and that you might have to get a variance for what you've already done. If
Perhaps.
the patio can't meet the
Well,
setbacks, you might.
That's my discussion with
Yeah.
Mr. Kuchar.
Okay. Do any of the other commissioners have any comments? Any members of the public wish to speak? Okay,
Ms.
so,
Alder, we did receive a comment late today, if I could just.
Sure,
read it.
please.
It's from Lucy Mitchell, and she writes, she's asking how the valet will operate, where will people drop off their cars? There's no parking on the restaurant side of the street, and her quarter is already narrow, so people can't drive around cars that are loading and unloading. And the entrance to the municipal lot is directly across from the FGK front door. Where would they do it on Armont, question? It's also a funny setup at the corner of North Water and Mill because of the laundromat parking on the corner having an egress right at the traffic light. Otherwise, FGK has been great, family-owned neighborhood business, a
we don't disagree with her comments, particularly the ones lauding the restaurant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to leave this item open. Okay, our next application is for Greenwich Hotel LP, Greenwich Center LP, Havemeyer Lane Replacement Pumping Station for a final site plan at 1800 East Putnam. And you must be Aquarian.
Yes, Mark Foy, Senior Engineer with Aquarian Water Company. I'm just going to be very brief, then my engineer will do the full presentation. I just wanted to speak to the why, the project, and then he can speak to all the technical what's.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. The existing water pump station on Havemeyer Lane at East Putnam is an underground capsule-style pump station built in the 80s. And when it was built, it was sufficient to satisfy the water needs in Greenwich. We rely heavily on that facility to deliver water into Greenwich every day. During the times of high water demand, irrigation in the spring and summer, and high water demands in the summer right through the fall, we do not have enough capacity in that pump station to meet our demands in Greenwich. Some of you may remember in 2016, during the drought, the temporary pump station that had to be built above the underground station on that intersection speaks very directly and personally to many of us who had to work hard to meet the demands. This new facility built to be planned to be built down the street would have enough capacity to meet our demands and include a standby generator, which the current facility does not have. So we'd be able to meet our demands in any condition all year, every year. So our hope is to get through the permitting process so that we can get it built so that it's in service for next summer.
And there was something about the existing location did not give you the lease?
Correct. We have an easement on the current parcel. We sought to expand that easement to make it larger, to accommodate a facility that was bigger. We spent an awful lot of time with the condo association. Unfortunately, we were not able to meet their terms, and we went through one summer after the drought without a new facility, and we were committed not to be able to do that again. So we had no choice but to look elsewhere, and our consultant, along with our real estate department, looked along the transmission mains on East Putnam and Ladden's Rock, and siting the replacement station near water mains is very important to the design. We approached the Hyatt, and they were willing to sell us an easement for the size parcel that would accommodate the pump station.
Where does that main start? That main, where does it come from?
The transmission mains on East Putnam Avenue come from Stamford and deliver water into Greenwich. This pump station
Right.
boosts the water into the Greenwich
But
elevation.
What location in Stamford is the origin for the supply into that main? The Stamford water, yeah, okay. And then Stamford also is sourced from further up the line sometimes as well.
Well, the Stamford water system has reservoirs of their own, but we have the regional pipeline, which
Right.
helps the greater Bridgeport water-rich areas deliver water south and west. And principally, the Putnam and the Mianus filter plant produce water that's used in Greenwich. The Havemeyer Lane pump station assists in meeting our peak demands and boosts the water pressure to the areas that are farthest away from the treatment plant where it's needed.
Got it. Before you go away, I'm going to just see if anybody on the commission has questions for you, because you're kind of a unique opportunity for us to learn a little bit about the water supply as well. Mr. Yeski, Mr. Fox, gentlemen.
Every time I start asking questions like this, you tell me
I know,
this
but
is not part of the
we
application.
never get to see these guys. It's not part of the application. You don't mind if we just ask you a couple of questions, do you?
No, and if you don't mind that if I might not be able to have the answer, then we're
Mr. Yeski's used to that. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, all right, thank you. There is a perception in Greenwich that we are short on water. You've installed temporary piping in the past, right? And what we were most concerned about is what your plans are long-term for addressing that shortage. Now, part of it the town is doing, they've issued drought notices and cut back the consumption, but we keep building in this town, and there is a fear that somewhere we're going to just basically not have enough water. And if that drought extends up through Fairfield County, they're going to have the same problem at that point. I mean, is there like a long-term master plan for Greenwich water supply?
We have a long-term plan to address water needs of all of our customers, Greenwich included. So not only as a result of the drought, but we have a regular short-term and long-term water main replacement program, as well as facility upgrades such as this, working at the treatment plants to make sure that everything is up to snuff. So we are working to address any shortfalls that we might have in our distribution system. The analogy would be if you can only fit so much water through a small pipe. So where we might need to make water mains larger to allow a more efficient transfer of water, we're always looking at that.
Well, not to take any more time, but may we come talk to you at some point, just to understand the big picture, so to speak?
You have a presentation that you give that we could go to you or you could come to us? You probably are busy, but we could.
Our director has availed himself of many of the towns, both fire departments for fire protection as well as water supply. So I can certainly take that back.
That would be great. Okay, and then Katie, you can follow up, and because we'd love to learn about it. We're in the middle of writing our 10-year plan, and we'd love to understand your view of the world as we do that.
Absolutely. We'd love
Great.
to.
Now, Mr. Fox, you had a question as
So-
well. That might be on the application itself.
Well,
And certainly, my engineer can speak to the percentages. The 6 million gallons per day would be the firm capacity that the pump station would deliver. That covers a 24 hours in a day. So you might not need all of that water every hour of the day, but to be able to have pumps that can deliver that much water means that if there's a water main break or a fire that happens during the day, the pumps will be large enough to meet that demand, as well as keep the pipes wet, as we call it. As far as a percentage, I don't know if do we know that?
My name is Sal Longo with Tate and Howard Consulting Engineer. My name is Sal Longo. I'm with Tate and Howard Consulting Engineer, working on the project. The existing station has a pump of 4 MGD capacity. So we're pretty much a 50% increase in transfer capacity through this interconnection.
Greenwich's consumption a day?
I believe you're in the 15?
15? So this is about a little over a third, almost a quarter of our daily consumption is coming through this. Okay. Mine's working okay. I don't know how come.
Are you on your mic?
I'm on my mic. I'm good. Sorry about that.
Is it good now?
Wait,
Sounds play.
Now it's good.
Now it's good.
If everyone just turns their mic on.
No,
not everyone.
That's never going to work. Test, test, test.
Okay.
I usually lean in like,
I can turn it up.
No, don't. Turn yours off and then,
Test, test, test.
okay.
So,
6 million. I believe it's in that, the average day, yes. Thank you. What I have here is a vicinity plan. It's an ortho photo showing the Hyatt and the parcel that they own. Our existing station is located right here on the northwest corner of East Putnam Avenue and Havermeyer Lane. And the transmission main come down, a 24-inch comes down West Main Street in Stamford, and a 20-inch leaves on East Putnam Avenue going west in Greenwich. So about 400 feet south of this intersection, we've found an area that's suitable for building an underground concrete style pump station. It's identical to what we did at Anderson Road, except for the entrance. And to get water to this point, we're running new transmission main down Ladins Rock Road to feed the station, and then to come back out and feed into Greenwich. The Hyatt property is pretty much from East Putnam Avenue to Interstate 95, and across the street, we have a school bus parking area, plus some additional parking lots behind some very large commercial buildings in the city of Stamford. What I'm showing here is a site plan of the proposed facility. Like I say, it's about 400 feet south of the intersection. There's going to be a new curb cut for a driveway, a small parking area that's going to act as a underground storage reservoir to meet our peak runoff requirements with the drainage manual. And these are all pervious pavers with crushed rock in it, except for the entrance, which is going to be seeded with lawn, so it's going to be pavers with grass. And then we have a walkway leading to the station. To the area, the topography around this proposed site is very steep. It's like 1.5 to 1. So to minimize our digging into that slope and disturbing some additional woods, we're proposing a wall along the front. Right now it's about 6 feet high. And then we're going up at a 2-to-1 slope to kind of bury the station under lawn. There's going to be about 3 feet of dirt over the station so that the impervious area is reduced. And our mains feeding the station and leaving the station will be coming off of Ladins Rock Road. We do have our electrical power source here, a transformer, and some HVAC units that are in front of the wall to control the temperature inside the station. Once this is operational, typically Aquarian likes to run it for about 2 weeks, make sure that all the bugs are out of it. The plan is to demolish it, remove it out, and release the easement.
Sir, you have some condensers that are out in front of the wall.
That's correct.
Are you going to have any anything that any landscaping around it?
Yes, this project has been in front of the ARC board, and we have I do have a planting plan I'll show you at the end that shows all the landscaping that's proposed once the station is built.
And what is this 6-foot wall faced with?
It's going to be a stone veneer.
That was by ARC. They changed it. It was originally concrete.
Okay.
Well, no, we always had a stone veneer.
Oh, okay.
They just, we brought samples in which they approved, and then they also required that we install it in a horizontal pattern instead of a mosaic. So, but the plan was always to put a stone veneer because of the wall coming down the road is also stone.
By any chance, do you have an elevation of that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Thank you.
This is just a floor plan of the station showing the 3 pumps. 2 is adequate to meet the 6 MGD firm capacity. The third one is a standby. Also, because of the gradients between the 2 systems, we can also supply water by gravity under certain conditions. So we have a gravity bypass that allow Aquarian to transfer water without using any energy. And as Mark pointed out, we are enclosing a standby generator to power the facility in the event of a loss of power. Here, I also have a couple of cross sections, again showing the HVAC condenser, that the wall we're proposing, and the earth fill over the station. And you can see the pumps here. There's also hatches on top that allow them to use a crane to replace the pump should it fail in the future. And this is a diagonal cross section showing all the pumps, the bypass, the generator, and these are ventilation well to allow air to come in for combustion for the generator and also exhaust the hot gases when it's operating. And here I have an elevation of the station. This is looking southeast of the station. You can see the entrance and the wall and the HVAC. And on top of the wall, because of its height, we're putting a 42-inch chain link fence. And along the front of the property, the ARC is required to put in a picket fence. So we're putting a 6-foot-high aluminum picket fence.
Mr. Longo, so on top of the wall, all the way around to one where it meets the site fence, we're looking at a chain link for safety.
Correct.
Okay. And then it transitions to this picket fence that runs along parallel with the property line?
It's this portion right here is all chain link fence till we get to this point.
Okay.
And then right here, all along the front, is the 6-foot-high aluminum picket fence, and then it just jumps on the wall and continues on and ties into a chain link fence that goes around the perimeter. Aquarian is standardized for security purposes to put 6-foot-high fencing all the way around the easement.
Okay. The condition at Anderson Hill actually has a chain link fence at the rear of the site, and you actually have a solid green fence at the
Vinyl,
street.
that's correct.
Okay.
That was recommended by one of the board members.
Okay, can we
Me.
look at that again for this site? Because I think it's, what we're really kind of looking at here is, you have the pump station, it's buried, but you still have the generators, condensers, so on and so forth. And I think actually, looking at the Anderson Hill site as a solution, it seemed that solid fence worked out really well. You did a really great job landscaping it. Unless you're really stopping to take a look at it, you really wouldn't know it's there.
Right.
We've heard some people that are actually concerned about this because they don't want it to look like some kind of a pillbox or something. There's no way to get around that. It is what it is. It's a pump station that's buried underground. I understand from our notes you had issues with ZBA the other night with your fence. Can you explain where that problem is on your site plan?
It's right, this section right here. We're within the setback limits, and the height of the fence and the wall exceed the allowable, so we were trying to get a variance to be able to build that.
Okay, so the fence below the wall is okay, It's the fence on top of the wall that's not.
I
That's what I'm
believe
understanding.
that-
Okay.
That's their concern.
And again, the fence on top of the wall is for safety?
Well, this fence, yes, it's for safety because of the steep slope, but also we were trying to keep a uniform height and the same fence all the way around. And we also, we have some sight line requirements we got to worry about too, because we're in a curve, so. We still have to resolve that zoning board of appeal to get a look at it a little
Okay.
closer, see if we can come up with
it's-
something. But if,
Can you angle the wall back and keep the fence in front of it, so you're not multiplying the issue?
well, because of the steep slopes, I'm gonna have to shift it, the whole thing, because this is going up at a 2-to-1 slope.
Yeah.
Even if I move it back 5 feet, I would have to raise the wall 2.5 feet, just to meet those grades, so if I have to push it back, the whole thing,
You're pushing it back into the slope, correct?
right, I would have to.
So that seems like that would work very well. And the more you push it back, the lower the wall could be, because a 6-foot-high wall is tough to
Well,
deal with, right?
I
So-
mean, in theory, yes, but because of the 1.5-to-1 slope surrounding us, the further back we go, the harder it is to build this, to excavate to build it.
But everything, this is actually, it's a retaining wall for the soils that you're mounting around on top of the pump station to bury it.
If the ARC, I'm not sure who overrules who.
We do.
We do, okay.
Yeah, we hold the trump card.
Okay. If we can put the vinyl solid fence here, that should hide the wall, We can push it back
Yeah,
far
it's-
enough to do that.
Yeah, that
That's what
actually,
we're
trying to get to.
get to, so you're not putting a fence on top of the wall, and so that was my suggestion, if you could get the fence in
Off
front of the
yeah,
wall.
Yeah, and if it's solid, then it kind of hides it.
And then it hides it, and if you, just want to make sure you can maintain the space between the fence and the retaining wall, and I think.
Yeah, well, we can put crushed stone
Is-
with
but is the-
a weed
is the-
block
And
or
we just want to
something.
make sure the front is landscaped, and then behind the retaining wall, I know, I saw the landscape plan briefly yesterday, that I think we're trying to work with you and come up with a solution that works.
I'm not sure if you guys can see it, but this is
I've got one in front of me here, so, but.
this is kind of in color.
Yeah.
A little more.
Okay, you
Nick.
move down that end, I've got
Okay.
one in front of me. But, Mr. Longo, the fence on the wall, is that there for safety?
Yes, the 42-inch, yes.
Okay, even the one where where you had issues for ZBA, that was actually a safety thing?
Yes, because of the slope.
Okay.
But if we're going to go with the solid vinyl in front of the wall, then.
Is the safety, safety from the top down or the
From
bottom
top,
up?
yeah, if they ever have to mow or somebody's working up there.
You don't want them to fall
it's-
off?
It's taller than 4 feet, so it's
Okay,
kind of
I'm
required.
confused as to how the fence in front of the wall solves your safety issue on top of the wall.
It would probably hide, I would only put a 42-inch.
Right.
I'd put a much shorter.
Okay, so then that 42-inch fence that you have actually already running, you'd run it
That would
around?
just continue along the wall.
Okay, so then I'd see a green vinyl fence at grade, and then on top of that is a 42-inch safety fence.
A portion of it, because the wall is, it's shorter.
How high is that wall?
Nick, if he sets it back and plans in front of the final, the chain link fence, then you don't see it.
Remember, he has to come back because he's got to do.
I believe at this point where it makes the bend, you're probably talking 4 to 5 feet, and then it goes down to 0.
What you want him to do.
Okay. So actually where it would, as you were showing it as connecting and then jumping up, is only about 4 feet,
Yeah.
4 to 5 feet. Okay, so then fence in front of the wall gets rid of the wall, and then you just have fence on top.
And
Okay.
then all I'm suggesting is the 42-inch chain link for safety for the
Yeah,
landscape between that fence and the retaining wall, so we don't,
Yeah.
it is another block.
In other words, Anderson worked, we all think Anderson worked great.
okay. Yeah,
So,
they come out pretty nice.
and when you guys did Anderson, we were here, all of us were here, at least you were here too.
No, I saw it from ARC.
Okay, the two of us were right here.
Okay.
And we worked this out with you, and Anderson went well, so we're happy with it, because nobody's ever noticed it. The only thing we didn't like about Anderson is Aquarian didn't let us know how much the street was gonna be closed.
Oh,
Okay,
Well,
and
and-
big surprise to the town was how messed up the street was for a
It's
long.
my shortcut.
Yeah, so that was the only thing
Pissed
that,
the commissioner off.
yeah. So outside of that, I think we're trying to get to, if that works better for you, this concept that Mr. McRae and Mr. Fox are raising, we're good with it.
Okay.
And that's easier for you.
I think we can work with it, yes.
But you think it's easier for you than what? Because we're trying to do something that works for everybody.
Definitely. I guess we still would have to go and present it to the ARC or the zoning board.
You've got to make sure you're square with the zoning, with the ZEO, the zoning enforcement officer, but I don't think you have a must return right now with ARC, so you could just come back to us, because you don't need to go back to them anymore, because these two gentlemen have a different concept.
It's resubmitted electronically, and then the
Yeah.
fence style and a 4x4
So-
on-site mock-up, right? That was,
We'll just let them know that we've changed it,
Okay.
and then, yeah, we're gonna blame him.
yep.
We're gonna blame Mr. McRae, because he used to be on that board. So we'll let them know that we've changed it. You submit to them based on what is agreed here, and then as long as the zoning enforcement officer is okay with what you're doing, and then you had a drainage question still that you needed
Yeah,
to do.
we need to schedule a meeting and resolve
Yeah, and
those,
resolve
yes.
that. And then, so I think that puts us all on the same page.
And I just have a question.
Go ahead.
I hope this isn't out of bounds. I just want to understand if that 6-foot stone veneer wall could be lowered so that you wouldn't have to put a chain link fence on it.
They have to.
Because you could berm up to it, and you could push it out, and you could have a much lower wall, and then you wouldn't have to worry about the chain link fence. And I'm just wondering about visually, if
That's
that's
correct,
something
but,
that you
you
can.
know, to make up 6 feet, I would have to push that station 12 feet into that.
No,
very
no,
steep
you'd
slope.
berm up to it. You could berm up to it. So, and you could push it,
Right, but,
pull it forward and berm up to it.
but we also need room for equipment. I have the transformer needs 10 feet in front of it. We got other equipment, there's piping, there's quite a bit of stuff going on in front there.
But 6 feet is pretty imposing, even if it were 5 feet or 4.5 feet, it would make a difference.
I believe if we go with the solid vinyl fence as you
Okay.
propose, you're probably not going to see that.
Just a real quick question. The wall is there based on the mounding of soils to
It's
cover
keep the
the,
station out of
right.
the very steep.
Can the station be pushed deeper into the ground, or are you at that elevation where it's?
No, we're,
That's the technical limit?
yeah.
Okay. The mounding of the soils, you've got a slope from the top of the pump station to the wall. Could that be steeper, thus lowering your wall at the
Well,
front?
it's already a 2-to-1 slope, and I think we go any steeper, it's going to be pretty hard to stabilize. I'm not sure if you've been inside at Anderson, but
Yeah, it's.
2-to-1 is pretty.
Yeah.
No, they don't let the public inside at Anderson. Would be a security risk.
That'd be good.
Oh, I wasn't supposed to be there?
That might be a good tour for you.
Not after ours.
Okay, so
You hang with the wrong people.
what are you guys doing?
I think we're good. I think actually, taking a look at the solid fence, I think actually that issue of actually trying to put the fence in front of the wall with the fence on top, the stone veneer, I think you have an extensive landscape plan. What'd be really nice is to get the landscape, we have a lot of landscape inside, put some more outside, so we get, something really nice out there.
Well, again, outside is just the sight distance, come out of the driveway, goes on a curve,
Yeah.
so we're very limited as to
Mhm.
what we
Okay.
can plan.
There's no lighting on the site?
Uh, One light right here, motion sensor just for.
Okay. You have 2 air conditioning units that are out
Correct.
there?
Yeah,
Okay, and that's basically keeping humidity down and stable temperature inside?
yeah, because there's a lot of electronic equipment, SCADA and
Right.
stuff that control the.
There's a
pumps.
transformer that's actually right in the corner of the parking area?
Yes, right adjacent to the
Okay,
parking.
and then you have a diesel generator inside with exhaust and,
Yeah.
okay. And that
it's got the
basically,
it's a gas fuel.
it's gas?
Gas,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
same as Anderson's.
Yep.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I thought it was an emergency backup, it had to be diesel.
No,
No.
we consider in this town natural gas as a constant
Uninterruptible.
source.
Interesting.
The only requirement is
Okay.
to have a flexible connector between
Right.
the gas pipe and the unit.
Oh, works for me.
Okay, so there's an earthquake.
So, Mr. Macri, can you just, or Mr. Fox, can you explain again what you want with the fences and the walls? Because I wasn't following what you were just saying there.
What we
In your
suggested is the solid green fence run along the front property line. The retaining wall is stepped behind that at some space. Then on top of the retaining wall, additional landscaping, then the 42-inch chain link fence. So from the street, we see landscaping and no chain link.
And the landscaping, you want it to be
Just
kind of
that,
natural type?
no,
the
it's like
hotel
the plan
property,
they
too.
submitted, I just wanted it.
You want the landscaping in front of the fence.
Yeah, I think
Right.
it's, once you're inside, you guys are enjoying the landscaping inside. It's like, well, let's get as much of that out on the outside.
Right.
I think actually even around the whole site, because you've got the hotel at the top looking down, you've got people coming by the street, so, I know there's a lot of site stabilization on that
That's
slope.
why there's a bunch of big trees in the back there.
Yeah, so I think that's actually working really well. You may have to adjust this based on whatever Department, Public Works Engineering is gonna talk about the swells and all those things. And I think actually, so for ARC, it's a 4x4 mock-up. You'll let staff know when that's ready to go. Go back to DPW and
Yep.
we're good to go.
What do you mean for ARC? I thought you just said it was only coming back to you.
No,
ARC
ARC wanted a
wanted to see a
4x4 mock-up of the stone.
When it's built.
Oh, of the stone, okay.
Yeah.
When it's installed.
What is it,
The
the-
comment is to address the ARC comments, is that what you're saying?
No, they come up with their own concepts.
What?
Yeah.
Just on the wall.
Just on
the stone.
Just on
Just
the
the stone face.
stone wall
Everything
goes
else
back
is
to.
back to us.
Right.
And it's all Nick's fault. Don't forget that part.
But they do or don't have an elevation of.
Yeah, there were a
the
number
wall they
of
want to do.
comments from conservation on
Yeah, the
the
elevation.
severity
They
of
said that
the
they had
grade
an
and how to
elevation.
best
Yeah.
maintain the
No,
integrity.
that's
I don't know if
the one
they've
that
shared
we
those
built.
with
Well,
you.
yeah, the proposed grades are identical to what we built at Anderson. We use an erosion control blanket, plus we use a no-mow seed mix, so we can, which is essentially a meadow mix that they're suggesting.
Which is what,
And it worked there to stabilize the slope.
And
Yeah.
so,
These comments were
They gotta
just
come.
about, rather than, a groomed lawn, natural wild grasses,
Right.
more trees.
Yeah, I think if you look at the planting plan, there's not much more open space to plant anything.
Has conservation seen this revised plan?
I'm not, they may not have seen the colored one, but there should have been a planting plan with the package.
Katie, how do we feed this back to them?
What,
it's still
Their
open.
memo's
It's go-
dated May 8th.
It's
so-
still open. They have to resubmit back to us.
They're gonna come back.
After DPW.
Right, but I meant to conservation.
Well, they're gonna have to show the
The landscape.
updated plan with the fence change and the landscaping to conservation. And as Mr. Hartman pointed out, you need to, on your landscape plan, highlight the stabilization plan clearly for her so they understand that you've taken their comments.
but you submit to planning and zoning and we
They
orchestrate
circulate
that
it.
for so
You
I
just
don't
go to them.
submit to them directly. Everything
Correct.
goes
Okay.
to
you just submit to us, and then we circulate it back to conservation.
Conservation has looked at your current plan. There were some issues, I think it was actually a tree replacement. as Mr. Hardman said, the meadow mix for this, to stabilize the areas, and at the site drainage, but you're going to deal with that with the engineering on that. So.
Okay. You good?
Good.
And talk to staff, if that doesn't, I think the easiest thing is that you talk to our staff, if what we've suggested to you doesn't, if you run into a problem with it, then just talk to them and try to work it out, because we're trying to do something that facilitates your process as well.
Thank you.
And you owe us that. Okay. Not of Anderson, I want to understand the whole. Great, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
So that will remain open. Moving on to the next item, you're gonna have to go to the bathroom. The next item is number 6, the Field Club of Greenwich, Inc., for a 5-year extension of their final site plan and special permit. Mr. Cohen, would that be you by any chance?
Yes, sir.
And while you're doing a little housekeeping for us while you're at it, okay.
Such a nice guy.
Yes, Ms. Albert, I represent the Field Club, and almost 5 years ago, the commission granted site plan and special permit approval to allow improvements at the club. As you know, the club is a rackets club, and some of the improvements have been completed, but some have not, and we're running up against the 5-year limit. And we're asking under sections 14.1E and 6.17F that a 5-year extension be granted to the balance of the work that's incorporated in those approvals.
Mr. Cohen, as I understand, the squash building has been completed. It has a TCO, a site TCO. The building itself has a CO. The parking is complete, and you are pending the construction of the tennis building. So your extension is really just to cover the completion of the parking and the tennis building.
Well,
Is that
I'd like
correct?
to say yes to that, but I know that there were additional site plan improvements that may or may not have been incorporated in that portion of the parking lot that's been completed. So I would simply ask that whatever portion
Whatever hasn't been finished.
has not been completed
Okay.
be covered
All
by
right.
the extension.
Does anyone on the commission have questions on this item? Okay, before any members of the public wish to speak about this? No? Mrs. DeLuca, who's the seated alternate on this?
Well, at the last meeting, Victoria said he would be
So it would be Mr. Yeski is seated for Mr. Fox? It works for me, okay. Mr. Yeski is seated for Mr. Fox. Mr. McRae, I would suggest that we close this item.
Yes.
And closed, and Mr. McRae, could I have a motion?
In the matter of PLPZ 2014-00254 and 00255, as a request for a 5-year extension of time to complete the work at the Field Club at 276 Lake Avenue. I motion to approve said request for extension of time to complete the work. 5-year extension would get us to August 7th, 2024, I believe is the date.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Yeski seconds, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you, Mr. Cohen. And with that, Mr. Yeski is recusing himself from the next item, and Ms. Goss will be seated for him. Victoria, you will be seated on this item. This is Stanwich School, Inc., record owner, and Greenwich Country Day School for a final site plan and special permit at 257 Stanwich Road. And with that, Mr.
Well,
Cohen?
I'm sorry, Ms. Goss isn't seated for Mr. Yeski, because she was seated for Hardman, and now Hardman's
No,
here.
yes, I know. So what we did is we had asked Mr. Hardman to read in. He is
Right.
now seated for himself, and Ms. Goss is seated
For Mr. Fox, not for Mr.
for Mr. Fox. Did I say Yeski?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I meant Fox. Phew, it's lucky you got people to look after you. Okay, Mr. Cohen. Now you're ready to go.
Good evening, Ms. Albin. Bruce Cohen, representing the Stanford School and Greenwich Country Day School. And tonight is a continuation of a hearing that was held on March 19th in connection with the school's application to open a new high school at the 257 Sandwich Road location, representing a modification of permits previously issued to the Stanwich School for a K-12 educational institution. Greenwich Country Day now, as you know, proposes to open a high school for grades 9 through 12. And we did not close the hearing on the 19th. We left it open to respond to a number of questions that the commission had, chiefly traffic-oriented questions, and we have submitted a couple of weeks ago responses to each of those items, numerically following the issues that the commission left open. And I had thought, maybe foolishly, that our submission of a couple of weeks ago would have responded satisfactorily, but based on the comments that I understand passed during the staff briefing yesterday, clearly we were not successful in clarifying enough of the questions that the commission had, and so we're going to try to do that tonight. John Canning, our traffic engineer from the firm of Kimley Horn, is with us to discuss those questions. We've passed on the comments that the commission members made yesterday at the briefing, and hopefully he can deal with them. Some of them correspond to comments that we've heard from Betta, who's issued a report on our submission. But as important, or maybe even more important than that, before I introduce Mr. Canning, the head of the school, Adam Rohde, is with us again to deal with a question that really is an overarching issue of significance that was raised yesterday, and that has to do with whether or not the school has a master plan for this site, what is the school's ultimate plans about dealing with kids and their athletic and phys ed requirements, and particularly noting the fact that this school does not, the new school, in accordance with the plans which you've seen, does not provide for a conventional gym with basketball hoops, as like everybody has seen in the high schools that they've attended. And I think it's very important that that Mr. Rohde directly talk to you about this issue and try to give you some understanding about the school's plans. After Mr. Rohde has discussed that and answered your questions, John Canning will talk about some of the open issues about which we have left you in some confusion.
Before Mr. Rohde speaks, I'd like to give Mr. Canning an opportunity to just check something so that while he's calmly sitting there, in the original study that we got, compared with this new page that got sent to me today, just 2 seconds.
We have a replacement for that page. We understand the confusion.
No, the typo's still on it.
The what?
The typo is still on it. So if you don't mind.
Oh, you want to correct the typo?
Yes, the 5:45 to 6:45, that 6 p.m. game departure line, On one version shows as a total of 36 trips, and on the other shows as 28 trips. And I can't see from here if the typo is in fact still on it. Is that now? I can't see it. But if you just get a chance to make sure you've caught the numbers, because that was confusing when the numbers started switching around. Okay, and with that, I'm good, but that'll give Mr. Kenning a chance to verify that his numbers are correct.
Thank you. And here's Adam Rhodey.
Hello.
Madam Commissioner and members of the commission, thanks so much for having us back up here. I'll try to answer specific to the questions that you posed forward, and then happy to answer any other questions that you have. We obviously have master planning, and as you think about our master planning, one of the things that we've done is we've taken a pretty aggressive timeline to allow for our high school numbers to be fully functioning in the high school. And by that I mean we'll open in September. We'll have about 175 kids on the Stanwich Road campus. The buildings that you all approved in our Phase 1 application will be perfect for housing that 175 kids, and it'll actually be fine in year 2 for housing 275. But in year 3, as we grow towards the 450 sort of total number, it will not be big enough. And so we are on a very tight timeline to get sort of that Phase 2, which is in front of you now, open and ready in September of 2021, which does rely on your permitting process as we go through this. The question about gymnasium space. There will be a ton of fitness activities and athletic activities that happen on 257 Stanwich Road. There'll be 2 synthetic turf fields there. There will be a dance studio. There will be a fitness studio. There'll be a cardio room. There'll be outside walking trails. We'll be able to pursue a lot of our athletics right there on 257 Stanwich Road. We are very lucky to be 1.9 miles away with 2 stop signs between our 2 campuses, where we will have 4 gyms on the Old Church Road campus. And we do anticipate that in our first 3-4 years, with good staggering of times, we'd be able to have our high school kids practicing in the evenings during the winter season. And that's really the main season that we're talking about in the gymnasiums. Basketball teams, girls and boys basketball teams. Now, there's no question we'll have a Phase 3 and a Phase 4, and I think I joked with you last time that I'll be in a walker by the time those come up. But we'll ultimately build potentially, a basketball court or a swimming pool. I don't know what will happen, but that will happen in Phase 3 and 4. Why are we not building it now? Well, we've made decisions. We need 22 classrooms, and that quite honestly takes precedent over a basketball court for right now. And there's also a funding issue, which is this is expensive, and trying to raise the money to build these is not the easiest task in the world, and so we're prioritizing. We do anticipate down the road that there will be a Phase 3 and a Phase 4, and we'll be back in front of you at that point. But we do feel very lucky to have the ability to go between the 2 campuses. I think what Mr. Canning will show you is that we don't think that's going to be a massive impact on the town in terms of traffic. That'll be, I'm sure, our next
That's the big question,
discussion. And it's a big question.
That's our concern, is the amount of back and forth that this involves between the campuses, especially, and I think probably somebody told you, there's, and you know it from being there, there's CMS, there's North Street, there's the high school. That area is just a perfect storm for traffic.
Yep.
So we're concerned about that ongoing back and forth and what the impact will be on some pretty bad levels of service anyway at some of those intersections.
Yeah, and to that end, I think it's important that you know a couple of ways from a school perspective that we're trying to deal with it. One is you'll see we're happy to change our start times and our dismissal times, and you'll see that we'll stagger those. And quite honestly, we'll be pragmatic. If we see that that's somehow not working, we can continue to stagger our times. We're not as set as some of the public schools as they get locked in. 2 is, I think you need to know how committed we are to busing. We are fully committed to busing. I talked to you a little bit about this last time. It is a little difficult working with the town on busing, but we are moving forward in that effort. We are also starting our own private busing. We've had our own, what we're calling Tiger Rides, to help offset that. We're trying to find hot pockets where a lot of our students live close to one another, and then running private buses to those areas back and forth. And we will bus between the two campuses, so we're not driving a lot of cars between the two campuses. We're committed to that for a whole lot of reasons, and one of those, aside from traffic, is that we believe in the sustainability of what we're doing, and more SUVs on the road is just bad for our environment.
Yeah, and the rate of parent pickup at 78% is what justifies you doing having the seniors and the juniors drive. But if you could get that lower, you could do something that is much more sustainable and have the kids take a bus.
Yeah, and again, going back to the student driving, if students drove to Stanwich Road, they're 9th through 12th graders, and they park their cars there, and then soccer practice happens, and they come over to Cardinal Road and come back on a bus, that's a bus rather than 6 kids driving their car, 12 kids driving their car, and that's where we anticipate we start with. And I think that only will, and, the coach will say, hey guys, our bus leaves at 3 o'clock, everybody on the bus, go to practice over at 5 o'clock, whatever the timing is, get back on the bus.
But our concern is also that you've got all the seniors and some of the juniors driving to school every day because of your assumption that 78% of the moms or parents are gonna drive them otherwise. And so if you could change that mindset, but more important, we understand that mindset's out there, but this big concern was about how long will it be before the campuses are something closer to self-contained? That's really what our question was for you and your board, is we'd like to see that Stanwich campus be more self-contained sooner rather than later.
And
we want to be supportive of your goals, but at the same time.
Yep. So we would like to see it become more self-sustained sooner rather than later. And as you have, a couple extra million lying around and you want to help us, that'll help move the needle faster. It will be a function of fundraising. And if we're able to fundraise at a faster pace, we'll be back in front of you in a shorter amount of time.
But you are prioritizing,
academic spaces.
Well, but are you prioritizing having the Stanwich campus be self-sufficient?
Yes would be the answer to that, but if we're never going to have a lake to row crew on, so
I understand that, but there are other ways in which you're availing yourself of the Country Day
Right.
campus
So-
right now. And you are prioritizing that, or
Yeah,
it
so
is
that-
a lower priority?
Yeah, no, good question. So
Thanks.
in our phase 2, we're hoping to build a theater. Until we're able to build a theater, we'll be using the theater on Old Church Road. So we need to be able to build that theater as quickly as possible.
Oh, yeah, that's not in your traffic counts, is it?
I don't know.
No.
Okay.
So there's another one. Because it would be,
Mr. Rhoda, I think one of the concerns that I had was that in the development of the campus, the back and forth vehicular bus, as I was reading and going through all the information that was given to us, it seemed like it was a kind of a temporary situation while the campus was getting on its feet. And then the more I read to it, it said, no, this is more of a permanent situation for this campus, that you would be constantly, for the life of it, going back and forth and back and forth. I think one of our biggest concerns is this a temporary thing, or in the master plan, is the site going to have its own fields and its, so the students don't have to go back and forth? Yes, we understand, yes, you need to go to the water to row, but you're going to have a performing arts center, so they won't have to go to the Old Church. I think you're saying that, yes, we have a priority for getting it self-sustained, but while your priority is maybe long-term, the roads, the areas around it, specifically in that kind of Devil's Triangle down near Old Church and the high school and all that, is kind of live through this until till the Stanwich Road campus is up and running, and in 5-10 years, next phase, maybe you have more land, you can actually build more playing fields. So
Yeah.
I think that's where we're coming from, and I think that's the concern we're having. We had a application years ago, private school bought a piece of property across the street. They said, yes, we're gonna be busing everybody back and forth. To us, it was like, you gotta be kidding me. You're gonna bus from the front door of one to the front door of the other, where it's only, 1,000 yards. Needless to say, 2 years later, here we are with, okay, we're actually gonna resolve that, we're gonna actually build something else to connect the two things, so you could walk back and forth. So I think what we're looking for is,
Yeah,
there something gonna be built?
And you have the bridge.
To resolve that?
Yeah, so yes is the answer to that. I mean, I'll stipulate that on the record. Our goal is to get there.
To be
To be
self-sufficient.
self-sustaining, absolutely. I mean,
Self-sufficient on that
It is better
campus.
for the kids to be able to shoot baskets in between their classes
Right.
if they have a free period. We would love to get to that. We will get to that. I also just don't want to be dishonest and tell you we're going to be there in 2 years. We're going to be there when we can be there, and fundraising is a big part of it. And we got to get sort of this next academic phase of these classrooms done, and then we will we'll get to the next phase. I don't know how else to share that with you, other than to go on the record and say that would be our goal.
Now,
And we do look at it as temporary.
The long-term plan, I don't know if you have one or something, is that acquiring more land for the fields? What is the actual long-term plan in big picture issues?
Yeah, so, and I just want to be careful here. The Stanwich campus sits next to a church called St. Agnes. St. Agnes property is, at some point, I think, going to be, as you may know, the parish has already combined with the parish at St. Catherine's.
Right.
They don't do mass there. They're holding on to it. But, should that
Become available.
again, I feel a little bit cautious here because I don't think the
I understand.
St. Agnes is there yet. But
Right.
should that become available, we own the property on the other side of it, which where the headmaster's house on Stanwich Road resides. So it's landlocked between our two properties. It becomes the ideal spot and the logical spot for the gymnasium, the field house.
Right, so on and so forth. Okay.
Okay.
It's interesting to me, actually, because, looking at the campus, it has everything except for, and I think Mr. Cohen actually said it's got everything like a gym and basketball courts, like everybody else has. And I think that was kind of the thing everybody else has. So I think really taking a look at that, and I think we have to get kind of creative solutions to make sure that the back and forth between the two campuses works. For, as an example, you're saying various times, staggering, so on and so forth. If for some reason the public schools change their timing, you're going to have to react to it. And I think that's the kind of thing that we're struggling with, is that we've got a plan set up here that actually has to work really, really well, or else the whole thing gets messed up.
Right.
And one little variable, oops, and then the whole thing goes, and we have to start all over again. So,
And we're willing to work with the town, and, if we need to be flexible on start times or pickup times, we're happy to do that in conjunction with the town buses, which we still would like to utilize even more than we're currently utilizing them. And again, you can rest assured it is a priority of ours to push our people onto buses, and we're trying to find more and more ways to do that. But I may have mentioned to you here the last time, it's really hard to put your 5-year-old kindergartner on a bus in Riverside, and it's a 43-minute ride to get from Riverside to Greenwich Country Day when you can drive them in 7 minutes in your SUV. So we got to work with the town on the busing to help us become a little bit more efficient in that route.
right.
So
Hard
how
to
does-
believe for all those of us who did that, but okay.
How does
Um,
GCDS stay ahead of this so it doesn't become a problem that they have to work through?
What do you mean?
Well, there is a change in the public school schedule,
Mm-hmm.
and now there's a problem. So how do they stay ahead of this?
Well,
so
one
that,
thing
that
we're-
they can deal with it ahead of time.
One thing we asked today is, at least for starters, that they look at how their crunchy time meshes with what's going on in the surrounding schools, so that they don't end up, if there's a way they can smooth out, and they can work with the surrounding schools so that everybody, I know the Board of Ed may not be as easy to negotiate with, but because you've also got two private schools that are feeding down into that area when they let out. So what we asked in the traffic study is to look at when everybody releases relative to you, and to see if they can be smoothed some, and if that can change some of the impact on those intersections.
Yeah, and I think we've done that. I think Mr. Canning will show you some of that.
Great.
And then, Mr. Levy, the other piece here is just, I know you know this, but Stanwich School was permitted for 750 students. We're voluntarily coming down to move that cap 200 down, which
Right.
has got to be in the best interest of our town.
Well, actually, no, we want to have great,
Yeah, I know you care about
you
the
know,
schools.
we care about the schools, but at the same time, we have to protect the citizens. And that's just the balance we're trying to strike, because we've gotten very clear feedback on that.
Yep,
And
totally
that's,
understand.
to us, to me, in any case, and I think Mr. McRae said the same thing, we're worried about the back and forth. And that's why we asked about it as soon as
Sure.
we saw the plan.
And then, again, it's a temporary condition, with temporary being as soon as we can, with all deliberate speed.
Yet again, is there some kind of mechanism for staying ahead of this? And so that they state that you have the right kind of communication. It's not their obligation to tell you, it's your obligation to seek out any changes before they happen, perhaps.
In other words, if the
So-
BOE changes the school schedule, or the CMS, or North Street, or the high school,
Brunswick.
yeah,
Whatever.
Brunswick, and I think you guys talked to
Yeah,
Brunswick,
and we
yeah.
talk with the public schools. We have a great relationship with the Board of Ed, and should the Board of Ed vote again to change the start times in school, we'll be aware of it. They had a year lead time last time, and we'd be more than happy to say that's the what we think the impact will be on us, and as a result, we would be happy to say, here's how we might try to mitigate it from our end. And by the way, we have self-interest in that. Our parents hate waiting in lines, and if we can in any way mitigate that for them, that's in our best interest.
Students at this location, do you expect? Could you turn the microphone on? I'm wary of doing that. How many students at this location do you expect will not be Greenwich residents?
Great question.
It's a good question. Currently, 85% of the kids at Greenwich Country Day on Old Church Road live within 7 miles of the school. We anticipate we'll have a broader catchment area as we think about high school, in part because a high school kid could drive to school, or and some have town busing that comes outside, comes from further areas. Bedford, for example, will bus into Greenwich. But
Thank you. Second question, it just occurred to me, for those parents who do drive the big SUV, do you have an active carpooling?
We do.
I'm always dodging an SUV on
Yes, we
Stanwich.
do. We have an electronic push pin map, which we push out to our parents, showing where everybody lives. We tell them where their neighbors are. We encourage them to carpool. We have special days where if you carpool and you're a little kid, you get special buttons and tags. We've done all those things. We've been moderately successful. I would love to be more successful, and we're fighting a culture which
Doesn't like buses.
yeah, and doesn't even like carpooling. Part of it is every kid has something to do different after school, and so I need to drive my kid to school because I got to take him to dance after school, and I can't be in a carpool because how do I? So, but we believe in that. We have a full-time director of sustainability. Her job is to think about our impact on the environment and as a school, and it's everything from waste-free lunches and solar panels, but she probably spends half her time thinking about transportation to and from school, with the sole goal of trying to reduce the impact that we're having both on the traffic and on our carbon footprint.
Thank you.
Victoria, any comments? Okay,
All right.
all right. You're going to give us that new table? Yes. Homework, thank you.
So this is in addition to,
It's actually some graphs.
oh, pretty pictures, great. Thank you.
Yeah, I have trouble with the printouts from the synchro analysis. I have the worst time. As long as you put it into English for me, I'm okay, but the synchro analysis printouts and I'm gone.
Good
Okay,
evening.
this is nicer. I like this. Okay. So you've gotten all of our questions
I
and
believe
now
I have.
and now you're just going to roll through the answers
I'm
and
going- yes,
we'll
I'm
sit
certainly gonna
quietly
try.
and listen. Okay.
Sit quietly and listen.
Yeah.
So.
We'll see when that happens.
As Adam has indicated, much of the traffic activity back, I beg your pardon, for the record, John Canning with Kimberly Horn. Thank you. Much of the traffic activity back and forth between the various campuses and the fields will be athletics related, and we were provided with the roster for events and games and practices.
And now you're going to add theater related. Okay.
Right. We looked, the busiest time is spring and fall, and we looked at a spring day. There were basically a mixture of games and practices. So we picked a day that had a practice at 3 o'clock, a practice at 3:45, a practice at 4 o'clock, a game at 4, and then the return trips, basically. So if you look up at the board, you can see 3 o'clock, there's a practice. Students go from Old Church to Stanwich. There's 48 students. So they will arrive at Stanwich for their practice. They'll take a bus, and there'll be a few, sometimes parents go to practice, sometimes staff drive to practice. At 3:45, there's some students from Stanwich will go down to Cardinal Road. So we've assumed that there were 28 students would be going. There'd be one bus would take them there, and one bus would go back, and there'd be a couple of student drivers, so there'd be 14 drivers arriving. 4 o'clock, there are 48 students for something at Old Church Road, going from Stanwich to Old Church Road. Actually, that's the return trip of the 3 o'clock practice, the 4 o'clock. So
Okay.
they'd be returning on the bus they came on, and those who drove would drive back. 4 o'clock is a game with 36 participants. It's at Cardinal Road, and the students would be traveling from Stanwich. There'd be one bus and 26 drivers going to the game. 5:30 is the return of the 3:45 practice from Cardinal Road to Stanwich Road, so the 28 students would return. One bus comes in and goes out to pick them up, and 14 parents, staff, students drive, and then 6 o'clock is the end of the game. So those are the activities and the students, and then below that, we group the number of trips into hours. So 2:15 to 3:15, the only activity above that falls into that is the 3 o'clock practice.
Okay, now when you did this table, you took out some of the events, it seems like.
So
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
what I did do, I changed the hours a little bit because it was,
3, 4,
there was
5,
1 hour
6.
that was 3:45. And so I had one event that was at 3:45 and was getting double counted, and I was gonna have to explain double counting. So I just moved the hour so that everything is in one bracket.
Yeah, that would help. So now we can sum the total number of
Yep.
trips per hour and
Yep.
come to a total number of trips between 3 and 6 of how you impact the area.
Correct.
Okay, you know we're going to go here. What I would love to see is something where you take the two campuses and you combine everything that is incremental trips between the two. So you've got the athletics.
Yep.
Then you've got the 35 passenger bus that makes 3 round trips from 7:30 to 8:30
Yep.
and 7 round trips between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. I don't think that's in these numbers,
Well, there are buses.
but not the 35 passenger one. I don't think you've included that one in here, have
Okay,
you?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, so because you have it listed separately. So that 35 passenger bus is going back and forth between the campuses, but it's not related to sports.
Correct.
It's, okay, and that is up and down.
So
So what we're looking for is what's happening to that neighborhood in its entirety. Pretend that you're someone who lives on Stanwich Road what is going up and down your street incrementally in the build scenario versus the no build in total. And what we're getting right now, and that was what I was trying to say yesterday, was that we have pieces of it, and I don't have the capability of unraveling all the pieces and saying, okay, this is athletics, and this is where the 35-passenger bus is, and now we've got the theater that we should add in. And if you could just ask the school just to give us a complete picture.
So I
Be-
have figures that are not in this report that basically show the number of cars that are turning out of the driveways and the
Right,
number that are
but
proceeding
we have a
along.
little trouble. I'm not really great at reading the synchro reports. I never worked with them.
Yes, no, they're,
Okay.
they're
They're
challenging to read,
challenging
yes.
for me. I do better if it's a table, a full summary table. And I
Okay.
apologize for that, but that's what I did in my works, was
Okay.
this working from just total counts. Because we worked with total counts, and, okay, so that's
Well,
the one thing.
We did include a table,
And that would be the one, this
on
one.
page 6.
Right. I think I've written all over that one, too.
So for the AM and the PM, it was based on surveys of the driveways of
Mhm.
both schools. It included the total trips in and out of the driveways for the Old Church Road campus, the incremental increase associated with the absorption of the Stanwich School students. So in 2019, 2020, that's 104 additional trips, 105.
Where are you on the table?
I'm on top of page 6.
Yep, got it.
So if you.
104, I see it,
Yeah.
okay. So your Old Church increase in the AM is 104.
Hold on a second. Can you show us what page 6 looks like?
Here, this one. The big, this. He's on the original traffic report. He's on the original one. So, okay, so I see the 104.
Yeah, you can absolutely have it.
Okay.
So I prepared a graph, and I was,
Okay, so,
this graph basically is a graphical image of this table. The dark green is basically the historical level of traffic activity at the Old Church Road campus. And the light green is the incremental increase associated with the increase in enrollment through the absorption of the Stanwich Road students.
that's 105
That's
trip.
104, 105, and then it starts to go
Got
down
it.
after that.
Okay, so that's your absorption number.
That's correct.
And that, I had a question about your absorption number. Okay, no, that's 105 in total, with 60, that's in the morning peak and 62 trips in the PM. Got it.
Yep.
Okay, so I understood that. And then above it, you have the inter-campus trips. And if I summed up, and I think now you did it so the brackets don't have overlap. Originally,
So these are just for the 1 hour, not for the 3 hours. So that's why it's a lower number there. In the morning, it's 9 to 10, and there's very little, any activity at the fields.
Right.
So that's the bus going back and forth, and maybe the school nurse or something like that, or the IT specialist.
Right, but they're not riding that 35
No, they're not.
passenger,
They're,
right?
so between campuses, this year it's 5 in the peak hour. Next year it's 5. The year after that it's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So the second from the bottom row of
Give this back to me for a second.
the top table is the AM.
Right, I'm looking at the AM, and then you've got your between campuses, but that's not your sports.
It does include sports, but there's very little sports
Oh,
in
in the
morning.
AM, that's right. Okay, so now we go to the PM, and that's where your sports, and this is where I'm baffled that it could be 20. Oh, it's only peak hour.
It's only the hour, so
Now, you did a shouldn't say that. You did a funny thing in your report. At one point, you refer to peak hour, peak PM hour being 4:45 to 5:45.
Yep.
But then you refer to your traffic counts, and you say that peak is between 3:30 and 4:30.
So-
Which is it?
well, the peak hour is all about location. So if your road is next to Greenwich High School, your peak hour is going to be when Greenwich High School gets out, whatever
Okay.
time that is.
Okay.
And if your road is next to the Old Church Road campus, your peak
Mhm.
hour is going to be when that gets out. And if your road is next to the Greenwich Middle School, that peak hour. So the peak hour on Fairfield Road by the Cardinal Road fields is driven by the high school because it's so big and it's right down Hillside Avenue.
Right.
Whereas
That's what you kept saying at the briefing.
Right. Whereas the peak hour up by Old Church Road is from 3:30 to 4:30, which is
Central,
just-
Middle, and North Street.
And North Street and Greenwich Country Day gets out at 4 o'clock.
Right.
And then you also have, later on in the evening, you'll have commuters when the school have pretty much died down and the commuters are coming home, people coming out of the downtown. So you'll have another peak then. So that's why it's a bit squishy. It all depends on which road you're looking at.
Okay, now, segueing you back, in your first traffic report, you talk about a max trips per hour
Yeah.
of 52 per hour in the 3:45 to 4:45 timeframe. That's now gone. That 52 is gone now in your new thing because now you've changed how you do the hours. 52? So this 52 here, it doesn't exist on this.
Yes, so,
You do understand
I
why
do
this is,
understand.
why
I do
this
understand,
is confusing
right?
for a humble commissioner.
Right.
Okay.
The 52 is probably.
Spread out in there.
It's 3:45 to 4:45. So
And now
there's
you've
here's a
changed the
3:45.
times in here, because now you start at 3:45, 4 PM. Why do you have, yeah, and see, you've got it.
The hours are the same. I changed these because this was getting double counted, this 3:45.
Yes.
So this 3:45 was in here and was in here. And
Right.
So,
Because what you want to do is have this be able to be additive.
That's right.
And when I came to 224, but then when you did this first version, it's 94 because you took
no,
out.
224 is the students.
No, sir. 224 is if I sum this
Yeah,
column.
yeah, but you've got to draw a line here, because, and that was my bad.
Okay.
These are the hours and the trips. This is where you get them from. So if you count, if you.
Okay, so you wanted me to sum this?
Yes.
And this. Okay,
Yes.
I got that.
And this is there's a double count in here because of the 3:45.
Okay, so now you're going to give me this in total.
So I now separated it.
Okay.
Right? And I changed the hours so there's no double count, so that when
Okay.
you add them up, you get
Okay.
the 112 students, and I
Okay.
think it's 47 and 5, it's 52 times 2 is 104 trips.
Okay. Okay, now the next question is, in your existing versus your no build,
Yes.
why the huge decrease
I
in?
have, do we have the, so we do our traffic count.
Yeah, I got him too involved in the questions, I'm sorry.
So we do our traffic counts, and we put them into a software algorithm that compares the volume of traffic to the number of lanes and the number of conflicting vehicles. And this is the intersection of Hillside Road with Fairfield Road, which, as you know, is very busy in the morning and very busy in the afternoon, particularly when the high school lets out. When there are low volumes of traffic traveling through these intersections, and this is at 50% of what the existing traffic volume is. I'm giving away the show here. This is the delay as you increase in the capacity, using the capacity of the intersection. So at low levels of activity, the delay is between 10 and 20 seconds.
Right, no, but that's not,
No,
oh,
I'm
okay.
trying to answer your question.
Okay,
So then the school gets out and it's very busy. So under heavy loads, and this was the actual existing AM conditions, the delay goes up, the algorithm calculates that the delay goes up to 80 seconds.
under the existing AM, and you're at
This
which
is the existing
Fairfield
AM.
and
So
Hillside?
that was the first half of your question, is how come there's such a big difference between the existing AM and the no build, and the delays increase?
Right,
Right?
I gotcha.
This is existing conditions.
What's your growth assumption in traffic between your existing and your
Yep.
no build? That's really what I want to know.
So typically, what we do is in Greenwich, we're required to do 2% per year until you're completed and occupied. And then you would add, if there was something going in nearby, you would add the traffic from that. In this instance, there was nothing going in nearby. There was other stuff that would feed through that was in the 2%. So we added 2% a year for 3 years. So that was
Okay.
6%. And this is why things change.
So that's why you have that I thought it was 4%, but that 6%.
Maybe it's 4%.
That percent change is what then brings your level of service, because there were a couple of them that declined so that you're
Yes.
just assuming.
So this is what happens when you have, this is the existing condition, you're at 80 seconds at Hillside Avenue, and if you increase it by 4%, the algorithm is very sensitive. It's like, I'm getting really stressed now, and this is what happens when you go to 6% above that.
Okay, so you're.
That's where your delay goes.
You go from 50
to 500.
to 500, 582, kapow. I mean, it just explodes.
Yes, that's the algorithm.
And that's actually Hillside at Fairfield AM peak, existing, right now.
No,
Well, no.
The existing right now is about 80 seconds. And
So what
the-
happens is Hillside at Fairfield
Oh,
goes.
existing plus 5%, I got it now.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Hillside at Fairfield goes, in his model, goes from a D to an E, for example, between the existing and the no build. And that's what I had such a hard time with, that it goes from D to E, and there's a couple of others that aren't as significant. There's one that goes from A to C.
There may be an A to a C. I don't recall.
Your northbound right turn at the east driveway of Fairfield, east driveway in Fairfield. Okay,
Okay.
so you're building in 3 years' worth. You do the no build.
Yep.
You start
So I
with
think
a
the most
2%.
the most important thing is it emphasizes how sensitive all of these intersections are. And that's why it's incumbent upon all of the schools to plan their dismissals, their arrivals,
Okay.
their school buses, and to do it as efficiently as they can. And it's really, it's trying to find a period when the other schools are not happening that you can do your activity. And that's what we're proposing to do to accommodate the additional students. We're proposing to make some changes, and I would like to explain how that's going to work.
Because you had the same question from Beta then that we're
Yes.
about to ask you, which
Yes.
is how the 5 minutes makes a difference.
Yep.
And yet you didn't change the lower school timing, which was where your queuing problem was.
Well, so, yes, but the queuing problem is on our campus, and it's for us to deal with it. We have a separate.
Oh, no, it's coming out into the
Well, yeah,
street.
it is, yes, but once the cars leave the campus, we have no control over them. While they're on the campus, we can do things on the campus to make things work better ourselves without having to change the times. So if I can, I've explained how the intersections are so sensitive. The bottom line really is we do not want to have any increase in traffic activity. That's why we encourage busing, and that's why we're proposing that we make these changes to the schedule. And Adam has indicated how flexible they are to make sure that they'll always try and stay. Yes, sir.
Yeah, just a quick question on your graph.
Yes.
It says access title. What's that
Oh,
supposed to be?
it's the numbers on the bottom are the volume divided by the capacity. So V over C. So if you're at 1, that's you're at capacity.
Thank you.
So this is the intersection of Old Church Road with Fairfield Road. So relative to the Old Church Road campus for Greenwich Country Day School, this is pretty much the busiest intersection because you've got 3 driveways on one side and 2 driveways on the other. This is the morning peak hour. And the blue line is background traffic. It's other traffic not related to Greenwich Country Day School. And at 7 o'clock, there's about 100, and it steadily increases in the morning. And by the way, the high school, I believe, starts at 8:30. And so by from 8:15 to 8:30, there are 200 cars. It's twice as much traffic as at 7:30. The green line is traffic going to or from Greenwich Country Day's Old Church Road campus. And so you can see it picks up from 7 o'clock, it peaks at 7:30, and then it starts to drop down as other traffic is increasing. So it's actually in kind of a pretty good sweet spot, even though it is still very busy out there. Much better than if this peak was over here. We know we're increasing the number of students at the school by a moderate amount, so we want to offset that by reducing our traffic in the peak hour. The peak hour, as we measured it, is the combination of the green and the blue line, and it's from 7:30 to 8:30. So what we're really targeting here with the recommended 5-minute change, it's possible that this board will talk to Mr. Rhodey and say maybe you should think more than 5 minutes, but we're targeting the 5 minutes from 7:30 to 7:45. Oh, I'm giving away the show here. When you have, this is the volume of traffic. By sliding the peak hour back where the dashed line is, you move those folks out of the peak hour and you replace them with these little guys here. So you're taking about 130 vehicles out of the peak hour and you're introducing
And
about 5.
I think we in Beta asked you the same question about how that 5 minutes had so much impact, because you mentioned in your write-up that the parents arrive way before they're supposed to.
This is probably for pickup.
Oh, it's only for pickup.
I have another slide for pickup.
Okay, all right, because they come in way, like half an hour before,
Usually
yeah.
they do, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're looking at arrivals here.
Arrivals
Well,
at
so
7:30.
It's in the morning, so it's
Okay.
students arriving, but the parents will be arriving and then
Okay.
departing, so.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Yeah. And so, you know, the goal is to pull enough traffic out of the peak hour so that we won't have traffic volumes go up. I mean, obviously, we could start at 6 o'clock and it'd be great, but nobody want to go to school. We don't want to go to school to begin with, right?
Well, look at where it got you.
Questionable, yes. So this is the PM at the same intersection. The blue line, again, is other traffic, and it's kind of moderates up and
Okay.
down. And in the PM, because they have the lower school, the middle school, and the upper school, and there's a little bit of staggering, the volumes are lower. If you look, the top line here is maybe 150. The top line here is just over 150. And you have some other activity here. So in this instance, the peak hour was 3:30 to 4:30, so we do not want to add traffic to that. So
Gotcha.
what we're proposing to do is the school is going to permit students who do not wish to participate in grades 3 to 5, who do not wish to participate in extracurricular activities, or who may have other outside of school extracurricular activities, to leave at 3:15.
And here you go again with your little blue box, right?
So there you can see 3:15. And so if I push this over, we'll take these yellow guys and we'll slide them over here. So we'll be reducing this and increasing this a little bit. And we're doing that to offset the increase that's associated with the
Okay.
absorption of the Stanwich students. So that's, Beta asked how many students are in grades 3 through 5 in 2020, 2021. It's projected to be 350, I believe. And the 25% is what the school expects. So 25% of 350 is about 80. And if you assume, you know, some of them will take the bus and some of the parents will come in and come out. So 80 probably translates into maybe 100 trips. It's some
Wait.
number like that.
They're 350, okay. Okay, got it.
So that's how we propose not to have these additional students impact any of the intersections
Okay.
around town. I know you were concerned about the intersection of Fairfield Road with Stanwich Road. And I know that that's going to be an intersection that's like Hillside and Stanwich.
So you're going to do it though, right?
Well, I mean, I can do it for you and I will do it for you, but the
Thank
bottom
you.
line is, if we're taking measures to make sure we don't increase traffic off the road, then we're not going to be increasing delays at that intersection.
But if you look at it,
I
that
will do it for you.
Okay, and the reason I'm after it is because that intersection is critical for this back and forth you're doing.
Understood.
Not so much interested in, at this point, if you're going to smooth out the pickup and drop off at the Old Church Road campus. Now your problem is you've got all those trips going up and down, and they've got two potential bottlenecks. One's up by CMS, and the other one's going to be at that intersection of Fairfield and Stanwich, where there's some significant wait times in
Yes.
peak hours?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Go ahead.
It occurred to me, unless there's a school policy that says you have to go back to campus after an athletic event, that everyone's not necessarily going back to the campus from which they started, and kids will go home. So I'm not sure
So,
if.
you're right. You could-
It might make your numbers a little easier to prove if you had any experience, unless there's a school policy that says you go to the other campus, you have to return to the campus from which you started.
Right. Well, some of the students go from the Old Church Road campus to Stanwich to use their fields. So most of those, all of those students don't drive. So unless they're picked up by their parents at Stanwich Road, then they will be taken back to the Old Church Road campus. On the other hand, the students of the high school, depending on policy, and we assume maybe a third would drive and the rest would take the bus. If they're permitted, they could drive from Stanwich down to Cardinal Road, and when their game or practice is finished, they could drive home.
Or if they've been bussed over and, or taken by the
You're
parents.
right,
The parents
absolutely.
are not likely to drive them back to the
Correct.
original campus. They're going to take them home.
Yes.
So
if the
my
board has
point
a
is, I think
preference
there
on
may be
this-
not as many intra-campus
on
trips.
whether students should be allowed to be picked up from.
Here's my take on that. You just finished smoothing all that stuff out there. Your smoothing is gonna get messed up if all those kids stay there. It's what gives you the lowest traffic impact is what we're asking you. I think that's where Mr. Hardman's going. He's asking you which works better, which is optimal for your impact on the neighborhood. Do what is optimal for impact on the neighborhood.
Okay.
That's what you meant, right? Look
Yeah,
for
I
a
just
way.
don't think you're going to go back to the campus from which you departed.
Well, they're going to make you, because
Well-
they're assuming that that's smoother, because there's less traffic up by the Stanwich campus. So you remove the kids on a bus all in one go, rather than have all the moms come pick them up. Plus, the seniors are driving themselves. They can't get to their cars without going back to Stanwich unless you let them drive down to practice, and you don't have.
But I think some of them are driving to practice under.
No.
We made the assumption that some would.
Under the
So,
data, yeah.
I
No,
would-
no, no, no. Mr. Rhodey has assured us
Well,
that he's not letting that happen.
That's one we can assure you on. The soccer team, who has seniors who parked at the Stanwich Road campus, are getting on the bus to
Bus.
go down to, and they're going to go back on the bus. Now, could some of them get picked up by their parents at that spot? Possibly, but we would like to mitigate that and have them coming back to campus to leave from campus. That's where their books are. That's
Because
where their
they
locker
can't-
rooms are.
But how I'm reading the numbers is if the parents came to pick them up at Old Church, it's gonna make all your stuff worse. Because now you have all those parents converging on after-practice pickup right when schools are getting out.
No, the only thing I'd
Take them up to, let them go back up to Stanwich where you got lower traffic.
Yeah, except also be aware that if we're talking about in the winter, that practice is going to end at 8 o'clock at night. You have no traffic problems at that. The varsity basketball practice goes from 6 to 8 at night.
So you could,
We have no problems there,
so you could be flexible there. It's whatever optimizes
100%.
It's whatever you think is going to be best for the neighborhood. That's what we're looking for, is to minimize a lot of people, and certainly young inexperienced drivers.
But I think it's
Okay. And you had a question
it's a
as well.
significant study of, as an example, soccer team gets on the bus, they go down and play a game, parents come to see the game, technically,
They can go home with their parents.
they would go home with their parents.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the parents would be driving back up to Stanwich.
Right.
Exactly.
You gotta do
So
what
there's always
works.
kind
Yes,
of
we're
this
gonna
kind
do
of a
what's
weird
work.
thing, but
And-
I think from what I'm hearing is that you're going to actually do that in-depth study to make sure how many times I can actually, lack of a way to say this, force the children to get on the bus to go to the thing and force the parents to pick them up back at Stanwich. And I think that's the kind of thing we're really looking at, is that in-depth study to make sure limiting the back and forth trips by instituting policy from the school to say, pick up here at all times, you can't pick up at the field. Stuff like that. That's what I think you're getting to.
Correct.
So.
And look, we'll be really pragmatic about it. There will also be kids who have siblings on the Old Church Road campus. They might take the soccer bus down, play soccer, walk over the footbridge up to the school, and ride home with their sibling who's getting picked up as well. So we'll be really pragmatic to deal with the idea of mitigating the impact on the
Yeah,
town
I think,
roads.
and if they give you some good assumptions on what's going to happen, so we just have a picture of what we're looking at. Mr. Makar, you had another question while you've got the two captives up here.
Well, I think actually, for Mr. Canning, I think actually you
Both of them. This is a question for you, too.
Studying all of these intersections.
Yes.
And the impact that all of this traffic has on the intersection. Are there anything that can be done to any one of those intersections that would actually make movement around them, through them, better?
Yes, but I don't think you want to hear it.
Okay.
Well, but remember, you did the improvement
Well, as
once.
an example, I would suspect that the intersection of Hillside with Fairfield would warrant a signal.
Okay. That's the kind of thing, is that, for example, a signal there would be better because of everything, it's just the conflicts of everything.
Yeah.
Would for example, a rotary at Stanwich and Fairfield work better? Those kind of things. It seems that actually a lot of the problem we're having is because everything's passing through these kind of old, antiquated stop signs, country road things.
Yes. And it's slow, but it works because people are familiar with it. I see a lot of, I was out walking, there's a lot of courtesy, almost too much courtesy. But people get through it. But certainly we will look to things like that.
Yeah, because one of the things, and you weren't the traffic consultant when they did Country Day, when Country Day did the last improvement on the campus. You were?
It depends on how many years ago it was. Probably.
The last one, when they did the intersection, when you added the lane?
At Old Church, probably, yeah.
That one, that's the kind of thing we were thinking about. You added that turning lane. It made a big difference.
And we've added one at Stanwich Road as well in the plans that you have in front of you.
Yes, that's correct.
So that would, if there was anything else that would make a difference, I just looked at Katie when you suggested the light, and she did not think the town was going to be real supportive.
Well, I don't think it's support. I completely understand, but it's actually, we have this opportunity. We're really getting really significant numbers of real problematic area of town, and it's problematic. But what can I do about it? And if it's as crazy as enough for putting a light at the end of Hillside, maybe that's actually something to consider long term. We'll put it in the back of the file.
I'm just offering that like off the cuff.
No,
yeah, well, think
agree,
about
yeah,
it, because
yeah.
at least we can lobby for, at least we could be asking in the long term, we can say, look, we've heard this, and at least we can ask. Katie senses it's not going to meet with open arms. But
Well, everything is a trade-off. You
Right.
you have your community there, and it's a lovely community, but it has challenges at certain times of the day, and so what do you want?
Right.
Isn't that intersection also not a three-way stop?
Yeah, it's,
Am I on now?
it's a three-way.
It's not a three-way stop, but sometimes it functions as a three-way stop because people feel sorry for the people
I
trying to
never
come out
knew
of
it wasn't a
Hillside.
three-way. I always stop.
So, is maybe a possible solution is just making it a full three-way? Is it?
That's possibly a solution. I suspect, frankly, that it won't be that much more efficient.
Yeah, because most people stop.
Yeah. And before I forget, that is the one intersection that you want us to study is Stanwich and.
That's the one I noticed was missing, was Stanwich
Okay. I just
and
want to make sure that
Fairfield.
that we're getting all
That's
the
the
bases
one
at
I
this point.
focused on. I don't know if the one at Central Middle, because that's kind of a weird intersection, would give trouble.
But again, you have to fold it into the mix. I think you studied it. If it's not there, it's the Indian
Hill Road?
Indian Hill Road, I think it is.
No, we did not. We stopped at Hill, Dublin Hill.
No. This is actually Stanwich and Central.
Indian or Orchard or whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Where
The
the school
road that
is.
passes in front of the school. And because again, that's actually, I believe that one's a three-way stop.
That is a three-way
Yeah,
stop.
and I think actually adding that.
And that's a weird
that mix
intersection.
of things, because I think actually it's, again, Central Middle School getting out, or even Coscop School, 4 blocks away.
Yeah.
What's happening with all of that? I think that was in the mix. If it's not, please add that in.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that,
Well, and also because we're just trying to get a grasp on this, and then that informs our thinking about what the impact is going to be.
Wouldn't the numbers that we've provided you at Hillside and Fairfield, couldn't you just stipulate and move those further south? No?
I have no idea. If he thinks so, I mean, it's not there. I don't know if there's, Hillside and Fairfield is a totally different traffic pattern in my mind. I mean, I, for one, never go to Hillside and Fairfield, but I do Stanwich and Fairfield all the time. That's why I noticed it was missing. So, I don't know. If you could extrapolate it, be my guest. You're thinking.
We'll do the study.
I mean, if there's a, efficient way, cost-efficient way of doing it, we have no objection. If Mr. Canning's experience can get you some decent numbers without doing car counts. Or you could make it a senior project.
Yeah. I like that. You trust our seniors?
Not to drive. Okay, so does anybody else have any questions? Members of the public? No? What?
While I have you here, because the last
I'm
thing
here
is-
all night.
I know you are. I'll be very quick. The last thing that you asked for was how were we going to manage activity? At the time, it was the queuing on the Stanwich School, which I have, but
Yeah.
we also included the Old Church Road campus. So this is the lower school pickup.
Yes.
The lower school is here.
Yep.
And right now, the kids pick up in this area here, but the parents queue back here. This is where they get early. And we were up there and we saw that the queue went all the way out to the street.
You're right.
For about 2 minutes. That was at the lower school, and that pickup is at 2:30, and the maximum queue was at 2:54, from 2:54 to 2:56. So what we are proposing to do is to require the parents to continue to queue 2 abreast on this section of the roadway so we can increase the capacity and accommodate the additional demand.
And that's why you don't have to change the times on the lower school,
correct.
because you're going to double up. Okay, you just didn't mention that, or I didn't see it. Okay, got it.
And then I showed the upper school and the middle school together because their dismissal is at the same time, so I
Right.
thought that would be logical. The middle school pickup is
Right.
here, so you enter from Fairfield Road and you come
Mhm.
down around and you queue and pick up and leave at the south driveway.
Mhm.
The existing queue goes to here and the projected queue is back here, so we felt that that was not a concern.
Mr. Kenny, go
Yeah.
back one. I just want to.
Absolutely.
This is the lower school.
Lower
This
school's at 2:45
Yep.
and middle school's at
4 o'clock.
Okay.
Yep.
Lower school is just K through 3. 2, K through 2.
N through 2.
Oh, N through 2. Okay.
I'm sorry, just to be clear, at nursery. I can't pick up on the mic.
Well, he can't pick us up on the
I
mic
know.
most.
Nursery dismisses at noon. So.
Got it. So no
yeah.
problem with the
Yeah,
nursery.
right.
Yeah, that's right. So K to 2 is all we're really worried about here.
As we've discussed, some of the students will be dismissed at 3:15, but we found that that activity at the lower school was done by then, so
Yeah.
it's going to be okay. So then at 4 o'clock, at the upper school, you enter the middle driveway at Old Church Road, and you queue 2 abreast in front, and then you can go out this way or go out this way, I believe. And we found the maximum queue for that was about to here, but the upper school is losing a grade because they're going over to Stanwich School, all things going along the way the school hopes them to do, which means that there won't be that much of an increase at the upper school.
So the absorption is not at the upper school. Got it.
Then this is just the projections with the increased enrollment, so you can see the queue goes out to here and the queue goes back to here. This then is the Stanwich Road School, so this is the morning. It's AM student drop-off and arrivals. So you have parents can come in here and drop. If they're coming from the north, they can come in here. There's a little turnaround here that they'll have staffed, and they can drop off here. There'll be a second drop-off at the north end. Drop-off in the morning is never really an issue. It's always about the pickup at schools.
Right, we know that.
The buses the parents will leave at this, according to the blue lines, they'll drive out the main driveway, or they'll turn around up here and drive out the main driveway. The buses will come in at St. Agnes. They'll go into these, sorry, I don't want to blind you there, Adam. Go in the separated bus area, and then they'll leave at the main driveway. So that's the morning, if there are any questions on that.
And one more thing as well. We're spending a lot of money, and we will be rolling out what's called School Pass. School Pass is like an Easy Pass, and every car that comes on campus gets shot with the gun. This is for pickup in particular. So you bar read the car. It pops up in the classroom of the second grader that says,
Oh,
"Mom's
that's-
on campus." They get the kid out of the class. They have the kid waiting at the door. So we're trying hard on our end. We're using technology. This is a company that has done business. It started in D.C. They were worried about security for politicians' kids. It happens to help with moving traffic on pickup, and we've now become buyers of this, and we will roll it out in September.
Wow.
Do you have that on the existing campus, on the main campus?
We do not have it anywhere. We roll it
They're
out
just
now
doing it now.
in September.
What a
So we
great
just
idea.
bought it. We're having our first training demo on it next week here, and we'll get the teachers trained up and up to speed on how it works.
It seems so logical. I wish
It
I'd
does.
thought of that.
Well, and it goes up another notch, which it has license plate reading technology for the additional cost when.
But you're not going to do that right now. All you need to do is identify the
Right,
parent.
correct.
'Cause
Is
they
that a
can change
gantry
cars.
system? Or is that like how is
Like
that
a
reader
Easy
done
Pass.
as a
Right
person?
now, it's going to be a person who's got to read the stickers on
Okay.
the cars, but it could become an Easy Pass in the sense of a license plate reader.
Okay.
That is cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course, the only thing is, forever will the SUVs come pick up the kids. That's the only, you're giving up. Okay.
So for departures, the early birds will come in. They'll go through the designated route and start to line up in front of the southern building, or they'll go up and start to line up in front of the northern building. The buses will come in and get ready. This is how the buses come in. There's slightly more vehicles queued, but there's plenty of room for the buses. Then, just before dismissal, this is the maximum queue, basically back down to here with a little bit of extra just in case, and back down this driveway to here. And so then at dismissal, the parents will leave like so, and the buses will leave like so. So I just wanted to run that by you for both campuses, and that's pretty much everything that I have. Thank you very much.
Sort of total picture, and if you can back into that intersection and just give us a sense, we're just looking for what would happen to it. My guess is you can model it.
Okay.
You know,
Thank you.
Be cost effective for them so they can pay for their cool technology. And then if you could, I think now we're at the point where we can add up all the extra trips and get what the total extra volume on those roads with the interschool, that's what we're looking for.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cohen, do you want to just hang out? I don't think we have any.
No. But I sense from the additional things that you've inquired about that we'll have to leave this open
Well,
again.
yeah, you have to leave it open anyway.
And we've got an extension letter. that
Great,
we'll
thank
give
you very
to-
much.
Thank you very
Great,
much.
thank you, sir. We're going to take a quick bathroom break, just 5 or 10 minutes. Let's shoot for no more than 10. Oh, Dave is
What about
here?
Katie?
Katie, we have to wait for Katie. They changed the packaging.
It's kid-proof.
It was always kid-proof. We could never open the jar. Okay, we got 3 more minutes.
Get a chocolate bar?
Yeah, chocolate's down there. You want it?
No, I'm actually going to hold it. It doesn't go with you.
They're delicious.
Peanut-free.
They're dark chocolate, you don't like them.
No, I'm on no carbs, so.
And they're low carb, that's why I eat them.
Double fisted, I love it.
I prevailed.
You're a full service.
Yes.
You sure is.
Thank you, Dave.
Okay.
We should do Uber Eats and get Starbucks delivered.
Do they go left? Grapes to the left?
Really good.
This is really good snacking. You can't have those either. All you can have is the nuts. And even, these nuts even have some carbs in them, don't they?
You, Dave.
What's that?
8 grams.
What?
They're almost as good as the chocolate.
No, they're much
0 grams. Oh, 8 grams.
You know, it's just like being married. You tell these guys something. Okay. Do we have an attorney? And so, application number 8, 19 West Elm Street Holdings LLC for a final site plan and special permit. You're aware we raised some questions about the parking requirements yesterday, and you are here to speak to us about the zoning, correct?
We are, Madam Chair. John Hegney for the applicants, 19 West Elm Street LLC, also a mixed kitchen. We're here to discuss a very narrow issue with you this evening. We realize that we do have outstanding issues that were brought up by the Commission at their briefing yesterday, as well as by staff in their staff report. We are an underparked property. What we wanted to discuss with you is how we best go about addressing that issue. Something that our clients would be interested in, should there be any appetite for it on the Commission, would be to rezone the property from CGB to CGBR. The current property sits on the border of the CGB-CGBR zone boundary, and as part of that, we would also make an addition or an amendment to the front and rear building lines map. Map 420 or 4201C, which I would love to bring up, had our remote control had more batteries in it. In order to relax the parking requirement for the restaurant conversion that we're proposing as part of this application.
Mr. Hegney, have you discussed this with your client?
Yes, we have.
And does the client understand the parameters and what needs to happen to go through this process?
We did, and that is why we came in with a site plan special permit, that being why also the historical development for this site.
Batteries obtained?
Yes.
We'll go back. Go back.
Certainly.
Back the other way. Perfect. No, not that one.
He wants that one.
Yes.
Okay, where is it?
It is this property just off the map. The front and rear building lines do not account for the driveway that is at the rear of 200 Greenwich Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
And then just beyond that is 19 West Elm Street.
Mm-hmm.
So what we'd be looking to do is expand the front and rear building lines as it exists on other of the side streets off of Greenwich Avenue to include our property right there. The Commission has made changes to the maps in the past, most recently in 1991. This map itself was amended by a markup of the Mylar in the land vault back in 1978. The original maps were all approved back in the 50s and 60s.
Yes. GIS, can we see that? So the parking, the rear building line is actually the back of the green on Greenwich Avenue?
The rear building line ends roughly where the buildings stop, and this portion right here is the rear drive of 200 Greenwich Avenue, which is actually in the CGB zone.
White strip?
Correct.
And your proposal
as you're possibly thinking, would basically just extending that line to the far side of the western side of the property and the northern property line?
Correct.
Okay.
Just along the north side of
Okay.
of West Elm.
Great.
So who owns the driveway?
The driveway is owned by 200 Greenwich Avenue. There is a separate drive that shoehorns the existing building at 19 West Elm, which is right adjacent to the driveway for the parking area for 200 Greenwich Avenue.
So, what's this going to do to all those lots that adjoin this on Benedict Avenue?
Well, we wouldn't be contemplating including those properties.
No, but it's precedence for that. Whereas you look at the other side of the streets, it's just interesting because it looks like you then will extend the zone, and then the person that owns the thing on Benedict Place will be trying to grab it, etc. So,
While that is possible, I think that the property at 19 West Elm Street has unique conditions that wouldn't apply to Benedict. In particular, the clientele that are coming to the restaurant and the other uses within the building are similar to the clientele that are going to the restaurants on Greenwich Avenue. These are people who are walking from municipal parking and coming over to the site.
can you tell me why this zone line comes in like that?
Is that the driveway?
That is just the driveway. I'm not entirely sure why the zone line tracks that, but we'd be looking to incorporate that.
Because you stated that the zone line was at the back of the building, but this zone map looks like it's at the edge of the driveway, and not the entire driveway is in the zone.
That's true.
And do you have deeds, or how do we track the actual geometry of this zone line?
Deeds aren't going to track the zoning maps, but the planning and zoning staff has made all of the historical zoning maps available. We can certainly go through that to track exactly what the history of that is.
Was this property an office building before it was a restaurant? Yeah.
Yes.
Correct.
We've seen it a bunch.
Yeah, so part of that is they wanted to exclude that.
And is actually some of it still office now?
The second floor of the space is still office.
And then the rest, the full first floor is the retail food? Because I thought there was something where there was like a open catering thing or something like that in the back.
It was going to be a test kitchen.
That's what it was,
currently
yeah.
used as retail food. But when we came back through the commission back in 2015, a test kitchen was contemplated at the time. As they got their zoning permits and building permits for the fit out, the entire space was dedicated to retail food.
I think this was also an interior designer or something like that, right? Yeah, Lillian Og, yeah.
Right.
That was a previous use.
That was before, and that went out of business, and then...
Mr. Hagney, quick question, maybe institutional knowledge from your partner.
Okay, one conversation, everybody.
Was there a, prior to 200 Greenwich Avenue being built, was there a building in the driveway that was maybe removed? I don't remember, but I know the driveway is brand new with the building to get to the garage, but I don't remember what was there previous to that.
We could certainly look into that.
Okay, I guess the older zoning maps, and the older aerial photographs that the assessor's office has may indicate would resolve the problem. I think actually I agree with you, Andy. it's kind of a funny thing. It's why does it jog there and not anywhere else? Maybe something was there before. Ms. Alba?
I was just trying to find something in the regulations, but standard practice being that a zone change has to be consistent with the plan of conservation and development. And so I would like you to articulate how the zone change meets the objectives of our existing POCD.
Well,
Wow, deep breath.
I mean, just in the sense that he doesn't have a pending application for zone change?
Just, but he's talking,
It's
no.
just something to note, that would,
Yeah, if you were to apply for a zone change as part of this site plan, how would it be consistent with the plan of conservation and development?
I believe it would fall into the category of making a downtown that is vibrant to support a local business.
Oh, you've been talking to Yeski again.
It's certainly something that we would prepare as part of a zone change application, should the commission be interested in seeing something like this to solve our issue on site of deficient parking.
Okay, we,
Already got an HO for it, right?
Does it?
no, this building doesn't have an HO.
I was,
I'm curious, there's a
Okay.
parking lot right across
The bank,
that driveway.
the bank parking lot,
Yeah, and it never seems to have,
because the bank's closed.
yeah, it never seems to be full and underutilized.
That parking is affiliated with the property across the street. It's not a municipal lot. It is a private parking area. I
But
would
it's-
say
It's empty a lot, right?
it is. I believe that the property owner may have other intentions.
Other
for
plans, that's
how to
what we,
use that.
okay, that's what somebody, so here's, I think the commission is of two minds on this. That's what I heard yesterday. I was concerned about making a zoning change that actually could make parking tougher downtown, which hurts the downtown businesses. Mr. Yeski argued that relaxing the parking requirement would be helpful to downtown. So I think one of the things you have to do is resolve that question. Because you could also say that consistent with the POCD would be allowing for parking that makes the downtown thrive. So the question is, you're saying a lot of people are walking there, that property owners should be able to figure out roughly how many. The second concern I have is today you are accommodating a restaurant. And so you're trying to do something to accommodate a restaurant. What if that use changes? What happens with the fact that you've moved it into a different zone and now you have no parking requirement when you're with a different use? So those would be the questions. Think out ahead. What are you really doing? Oh, don't worry, they'll find a place. They all walk here. I'm sure that you could get a sense, the owner could get a sense without having to do anything complicated of how many people really are. And then think about that change of use, because if we change the map now, what happens with future uses in that facility? And what the parking, what would your max parking requirement be? I think this is how you would look at it. Your max need would be, and now people aren't walking to lunch anymore, they're driving to go shopping. So that would be the questions you would have to, so what do you guys think of if we put it that way?
Yeah, but I think at the same time, we have to think of a possible, any possible development of this site. If the rear building line, if the building line gets pushed back to the west, then there's no parking requirement.
Right.
Okay, if for some reason somebody wants to come in and actually develop the whole property,
Right, basically, yeah, and that's an even bigger extension than my question of a change of use.
I think that's our
I think you have to address those questions.
I would also say that the property is very limited. We're not talking about something where there's a great potential for development in the future. It's limited by the remaining zoning criteria for.
Which change in the CGBR.
But they'll still be limited by the FAR for the property.
But the property's pretty good, it's pretty good
Yeah.
size. Then if you're in CGBR, then that all starts to change. I think it's from that thing, we're moving the lines around actually to resolve a kind of a condition problem today. But then again, in 3 years, if the property owner says, well, wait a minute, I want to tear the whole thing down and start all over again with something different. Now he's got this kind of situation where he's in the CGBR, he's got the rear building line's been pushed back, so it really changes what can happen to this particular piece of property, and I think that's something we need to consider if you come back.
Certainly.
Yep, so what happens in the future? Give us the not just today solving the problem, but what happens to your town in the future as this building evolves, another use comes in that's retail, people are driving there to park. You know, we
I
want
think
to
that we
help
would
the
certainly
property
do
owner.
that as part of a rezoning application. I think that we're very focused on the conversion that we're proposing as part of this to avoid spilling over into future development issues. I think we'd be happy to proceed under the site plan special permit application that we have filed. And we do have several outstanding issues.
Yeah, you got to figure out, what you didn't give us on the site plan special permit was you're not telling us what the rest of the use, the other 5,000 square feet in the building, what its parking requirement is.
And we will certainly provide that through the staff.
And then, we've got to figure out, are you fixed on the number of seats you're requesting in total?
We obviously would like to have as many seats as possible.
Yes, and Mr. Fox made that point on your behalf yesterday, but maybe play with the number of seats?
It's something that we have a couple of ideas in mind that we think the commission could look to. We are in consultation with the fire marshal, hopeful that we can have 42 seats.
How about a
Hey,
valet
have,
parking plan?
Well, they need a property that they can go to.
Well.
Okay, so Mr. Hegney, excuse me.
Can they, I think that we need to be creative downtown with parking.
Gotcha.
And valet, if you look at Google Earth, there's the massive Bank of America parking lot right
But
across
that's-
the street.
That's going to get demolished. But that's going to go away, we just. Yeah, that's going to go away. That's not going to be available anymore. That's what we just asked, and we were just told it's not going to be available.
I
Going
think
away.
that you'll be seeing that shortly.
We're going to
It's
see
not
it.
in the same ownership anywhere, so it doesn't.
But if they, whatever.
It's an agreement.
Yeah, so the other thing is, the driver here is, you want to go to at least, you're proposing to go to 42, you need to go to at least 20. Can you accommodate the 20 for now with the parking you have and get the liquor license? Because.
Well, not really because of the office on the second floor. Which I think is sort of
The conversations we've had with the zoning enforcement officer is that we would be entitled to have 37 spaces, 37 seats within the restaurant. And we calculate that by noting that we're already approved for retail space. It's a retail food establishment.
Right, which is requires 13.
Which
of
would
the-
require 13 parking spaces.
And if you go to restaurant with the same, you're at 17. And then how many spaces can you add with with what you have? You've got.
You mean
Well,
converting the retail to seats, you mean?
So if
Basically?
Convert
you're-
the
if you're taking
retail
the
to
retail
seats.
space
Right.
And you convert it to a restaurant.
Right.
The 37 seats in the restaurant would have the same parking demand
As what you have now.
as the retail space that's
So you
occupying the area
you
now.
could pull it off at 37.
We would be maintaining the existing legal nonconformity for
Exactly.
parking.
You
Yes.
could get a liquor license and you're 5 seats short of, okay, so that to me would be the quickest answer.
And it's certainly something that we'd be happy to entertain if the commission was comfortable with that.
You're going to have to spend all this time figuring out the rezoning and convincing us about the rezoning. It seems like you've got a solution that'll work pretty much today.
That is something Mr. LaRoe mentioned to me when we first started talking about
He's
this application.
amazingly prescient.
Mr. Hagney, when you, if you did the retail to seats now, presumably there's going to be a lot of open space, so to speak. So the 37 seats would be in the front, right? And then what would be in the space behind? Storage or something, or how would that work?
We do have floor plans showing the current layout of the space. There is a food prep area followed by a more substantial kitchen at the rear where they do a more substantial food preparation. I've been in discussion with Ms. Pruitt regarding those plans. We will not be changing the kitchen layout as part of this application. We will be meeting with the health department before we return to you.
And sewer.
To confirm that this is something that is acceptable without an additional application to them.
Well, you've got a change in the, from what we remember from previous applications we've seen, you've got a change in what the health and the state health requirements when you go from retail to restaurant. I think you've got a change in the facility requirement.
Like grease traps and whatever?
It's the license for the food service.
And the health standards are different.
Hand sinks,
And
so on and so forth. But in conjunction with that, actually, the staff report, I'm sure that you saw, actually, sewer division actually has issues with the grease traps and what's installed, what's not installed. The health department is actually looking for a full plan. I think actually resolving those with whichever way you go is probably the first thing. And I know actually, because they work in conjunction, that may take some time to resolve.
We do have a grease trap installed. We do have a maintenance contract, which will
You just need to show it to them.
the sewer department reviews and approves.
Yeah,
Okay.
somehow those things get lost.
So I think if that's resolved and the parking is
So
listed and everything is actually sorted out, this might work.
yeah,
the other
it's-
way too.
With the 30 spaces you've got, you can accommodate 37 plus your office. 37 seats plus your office.
We'll return with a more fleshed out description
Yeah.
of our legally non-conforming parking situation.
Yeah. You know what I meant to look up and I forgot, what's the bar parking requirement? Is it different from the,
One space for every 2 seats at the bar.
whereas food is 3? Okay, so you're better off not having a bar. Okay, just trying to figure out if you could.
The operations
just
of
trying
the
to figure out what's
operations
gonna
of the facility would not change substantially.
Okay.
People would still be coming up to the counter for service, and that would allow them to then take their food and their beverages back to their seats.
Okay. I think it's really up to your client.
We'll
You know
certainly
how
investigate
to,
some of the issues.
broach the zoning question?
Of course.
I think the biggest concern is, are we impinging, right now, everybody complains about no parking. I don't think that part of the avenue is so bad as the bottom, but,
I can say from personal experience, we do have a lot more elbow room in our part of the block.
okay?
But there is Elm Street, the Elm Street.
Oyster House.
Oyster House there.
And they do a very strong business.
And they also fall within the front and rear building lines in the CGBR zone, and I think that's an example of how an operation like that would work very well in this neighborhood, or in this portion of West Elm.
Everybody takes advantage of that parking lot. Personally speaking.
I don't, I've never been in their parking lot.
It's very true.
Okay, so that's
If
good.
you don't get the 2 street parking spots, you go right across the street.
Okay. I was surprised, so the ZEO okayed this? No.
He was looking at the seats in front.
Okay, all right.
We'll return when we've addressed our outstanding items.
Are you gonna do outdoor dining though? You're gonna move the 12 seats any of the 12 seats outside in the time being?
We've been in touch with Ms. Becker. She's flagged a few issues that we've discussed with both her and the zoning enforcement officer.
Okay.
We'll make sure that those are resolved. But as part of our site plan special permit, we will look to increase the seating for our outdoor dining if we're approved for the additional seats.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Katie, did you guys get a copy of this in the? Okay, so hang on to it and send it to us for the next time we see this, because these are really good charts.
Yeah, we got the.
This is very cool, so. This is a great way to show traffic, so this is the increment, the absorption goes here. This is the absorption, this is the base, and this is the back and forth, only this is incomplete. This is gonna change. This is gonna change anyway, because they don't have the theater in here. Brody just let that one slip. I'm like, oh, you screwed the theater kids. So they counted all the sports use, but not the theater, and the theater breaks. There's only a theater at the main campus.
You telling him Dennis is seated for me on this?
Yeah. On River Road?
Yeah, I'm not taking it back.
Oh, okay, sure. Thank you for reminding me.
He wants back.
What? It depends. Who was seated for you, and did they agree?
Dennis.
Dennis? No, Yeski for Fox. Goss for Levy. Can you make a deal with Goss?
Are we ready?
Okay, we're ready. We're deciding who's on it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay, Goss, you've negotiated successfully with Goss? Okay, the negotiation is complete. Mr. Hegney?
Good evening,
Hold on a
Madam-
second. This is River Road Development LLC, final coastal site plan and special permit. On this application, Mr. Yeski is seated for Mr. Fox, who was away, and Mr. Levy has sat back in for himself, and Ms. Goss is no longer seated. So seated are Levy, Yeski, McRae, Albin, and Hardeman. And now, Mr. Hegney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. We were here last month, and our neighbor, the only person who spoke from the public was Fred Whalen, who's our neighbor immediately across the street. And he is now represented by Chip Haslam, rather than he representing himself as an attorney. So I had discussions with Mr. Haslam on this issue, and the reason he's not here and Mr. Whalen isn't here, who stuck it out till the bitter end at the last meeting, is that we have agreed, and I want to put this on the record, which is what I told Chip I would do, that we will have motorized shades on the residential windows on the River Road side, which will be attached to timers. Because the main issue that Mr. Whalen had was that there would be light emanating from the residential windows in the evening toward his house.
Hold on a second. I don't think that's legal.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, I don't think you can keep people from having their windows open.
No, not the windows open, the shades.
Well, if you have the shades down, you can't open your window and let the breeze in, for example. I don't think you can stop people from having.
Residential, that's.
Not in residential, no.
This is going to be a rental property, and the landlord can say, I'm going to put these
No,
on our
basic.
windows.
Oh, yeah, but come on, Euclidean zoning, go back all the way to the beginning. Ventilation and light are the right of a resident.
Well, there will be ventilation for all of the
I believe
apartments.
that the Planning and
Let's-
Zoning
this-
Commission
this-
was
This
gonna.
building has ventilation, and none of the windows open.
I think the Planning and Zoning Commission, if this moves forward, would rather overrule that and say that the tenants should be allowed light and ventilation. And I'm willing to take the hit if Mr. Whalen wants to be mad at us.
Well, this was his sole concern.
Okay, I got it.
And Mr. Haslam and I talked about this.
Okay.
My client is very much in favor of having this type of.
Mr. Hegney,
Okay. I don't think you can.
Maybe your client wouldn't mind putting the shades on Mr. Whalen's windows. So, I mean, it's seriously, because if he's concerned about that.
Let's move on to other
If
stuff.
I may suggest,
but-
can we not get into the weeds on this? We have, wait
Yeah.
to.
Yeah,
Okay.
Let's start
We'll
with
move
the
on to
site-
other
That
stuff.
it can't be overridden, but.
Right.
What?
Let's
I
talk
just-
about
no.
the site issues, that kind of stuff. I
I
think
just
the
think it's
windows we can
unreasonable.
get to later on.
So we appeared in front of the Architectural Review Committee.
You'll be glad to know that I'm going to let everybody else talk because I've heard a lot of that tape.
Yeah.
So
It was a rather,
entertaining.
I was going to say bizarre discussion, but yes, entertaining is probably a better
Okay.
word.
Okay, go ahead, you guys.
And they had asked us at the previous meeting to come back with a revised plan, and it had been a different style. What we have on the screen here is the revised style with the gambrel roof, and John Halper, our architect, is here to go over that with you. We had substantial revisions to the elevations, substantial revisions to the landscape plan. Tara Vincenta, our landscape architect, is here also. We added 18 trees, 4 to 4.5 inches in diameter to it. We added a green strip along the front of the building, between the building and the parking lot, by making the footprint slightly smaller. And by and large, having listened to the tape, you'll know it was favorably received. One of the issues, and I thought I have John deal with this now, was turning the building 90 degrees. This
4 to 7.
Four thought we should study it more, and 7 said, no, don't
Yeah.
study it more. We really had this discussion 3 years ago when we came in with the prior building. And somebody akin it to the hockey goalie. When the goalie's back in the net, you have a much wider vision. When he comes out, you don't have as good an angle, and it tends to block your vision of the net as he comes out. The building would be twice as close if it was turned 90 degrees to the street than it is as we've proposed it. The other issue, and I'll let John talk about that, Mr. DeAndrea had to head out, but he said they've done extensive test holes on the property. The drainage is in the center of the parking lot between the building and River Road. It all drains down so that the water can have proper treatment before it goes out into the Sound. The other areas, if the building was turned, are not as viable as adequate filtration for the water before it goes into the Sound, because it's not of the same quality of material. The other thing it does is it substantially reduces the amount of parking that's available. But I like, before we go into the rest of the items, I'd like to have John just go through that with you.
Mr. Hagney, before we move on, the drainage was established for the previous application?
Yes.
Okay, so basically, one of the mitigating factors of actually keeping it in this orientation is because the drainage has been figured out, and that the drainage, it'd be best to keep the drainage as it was done for the old building.
The footprint we have is basically the footprint we had that was approved by the commission 3 years ago.
Okay. I think we did ask, actually, you guys to study a turn of the building.
We did.
And we're prepared to show you that.
Okay.
John?
Okay, there we are. Okay, so here's our here's our current configuration. John Helper, Helper Architects. So the building as it's currently configured is about 135 feet road, and you could see it sits in the peninsula of the site, so it's set back from 91 River Road and 133 River Road. So you've got view sheds flanking the building left and right. In this configuration, it is different. It does create a wider corridor to the right, but now it's 75 feet to the road, and arguably, depending on how you're viewing it, it's not better. It's better if you're standing to the right and looking out, but it depends on how you're traveling. So it's different, and we don't see that it doesn't benefit us in any way with respect to the organization of the program, the parking lot, the drainage, as Tom mentioned. So, we've looked at the plans in such a way, the parking becomes essentially a U-shaped parking situation, which is not very efficient. We've got, I think, about 10 less parking spaces in that configuration. The function of the building is challenged because the whole end of the building would be boat storage. We don't have any remaining perimeter to really access the river for the rowing club, because everything else would be fronting the parking lot when this back half of the building is boat storage. The apartments, essentially half of the apartments would be, it was brought up last time, yes, all apartments could have river views, but half of them would be looking across a parking lot towards the river, and only 2 apartments at the end would literally be sort of on the river. We think the frontage is just much more attractive with the building set back and, showing its the full facade. And I think it's actually softer on the site with the building pushed back and running parallel to the river. So, but I'm open, to taking any of your questions. I don't know how much more of a study you want us to do, if we need to do more.
I think if you're when you do turn it sideways, actually, you're having the width of the building as it's presented to the street. Biasing to one side, I think actually what's that doing is maybe actually setting yourself up. You're actually trying to get everything on one side of the building as opposed to around both sides of the building. Did you actually do the study turning the building in relationship to the site plan, lay out the parking, even in sketch form, to really see if it wouldn't work?
Yes.
Okay.
Would you like to see it?
Yes, please. Okay.
Oh, we're back on.
We could. So this is essentially the same footprint turned. The red hatch is where we prefer our configuration. This hatch mark represents really the net difference, whether it's oriented this way versus oriented this way. So for this amount of space, for the view shed, everything else about the building is compromised. We've got dead-end parking here. We've got just a single, one lane, double-loaded here, double-loaded here. There's a loop, but it's just not ideal. Then this end of the building would be boats. We don't have any sort of deck space or outdoor prep place for the club facilities. So it's, like I said, it's just, we can't come to terms with justifying this difference to rotate it this way, and now it's, 75 feet from the road. It's a water-dependent use, and, the building is really better set in this direction.
I think actually on this sketch, actually, you're giving me a loop. I see that. That's one of the things actually we were talking about is actually classes, drop-off, pickup. How does that work? You've built in a queue for vehicles that might work out to your advantage. It's a water-dependent use. It's still in the water, but actually 2/3 of the water-dependent use, or 2/3 of the building actually is residential. Yes, it's water-related use, but you've got a lot more units than you have water use. It's interesting because actually you've got the original orientation seems to have almost the same amount of room between the building and the water that you do have here, except maybe a little bit that's actually taken out for those couple of parking spaces at the end. It's all there. I think it's that issue of, we were getting back to the view sheds, those kind of things. And I think actually what you just said, that maybe the building's actually just too big for the site. I think we're working on the premise that it's following the footprint of the original building. Maybe this footprint's got to be smaller to fit, because I think we've got rowing use, we've got residential use, and does the rowing use need to be? Does the residential need to be as big? Could the whole thing be smaller? You don't have to. You can build to a certain size, but do you need to?
This application is based on the regulation that this commission adopted in January of this year. We meet the height, the floor area, the footprint, and the setbacks that were part of that. We provide for the public amenity along the water with the enhanced boardwalk and promenade. We provide for the boat slips and the additional parking associated with those. This application is geared toward exactly what you voted on in January. And if we meet all of the zoning criteria, I'm not sure how we have a building that's too big if we meet all of that criteria. The building is less than the 35 feet high. It meets the footprint. It meets the FAR. We're providing the apartments based on less actually than apartments than are permitted based on the size of the lot. If you're telling us we think this is too big, we can stop now and we'll go forward as we need to.
What does that mean?
That you'll vote, and if you vote it down, then we'll go to court and we'll see what the judge says.
I'm sorry, but.
But, to adopt a regulation 4 months ago, and we bring something in that's tailored to that regulation, then you tell me it's too big, then why did you allow the regulation to be adopted in that fashion? That's what I'm wondering.
I think the issue of size, we're talking about actually trying to look at how the building would look as it rotated, as it's rotated. What I'm hearing is that if you rotate the footprint as it is, as proposed, it doesn't work. And what I'm saying about the too big is, if you rotate the building, it's not working. Maybe the building's too big for the site when you rotate it. I understand that it meets all of the zoning regulations, as we have written. But I know that you're actually bringing it right to the maximum of the zoning regulations, or close to it.
Okay.
My thought is, fine, we have a maximum, but sometimes, because you can build it that way, maybe you really shouldn't. That's what I'm trying to say here. I think the biggest thing, I think, as part of our regulations was actually to get a sense of the water behind the buildings as you pass by in the street.
And that's why you have the promenade, and that's why you have public access.
Okay, and I think it was actually, we were talking about the, from the street, the view sheds.
And this is the same footprint that we gave you, that you approved.
Yes.
3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Which we could actually go ahead and build. We went through the same discussion at the ARC. And the ARC members clearly came to the conclusion that the appropriate orientation of the building was having the length of it along the water.
Mm-hmm.
If I can jump in,
Here,
what part of this, the view is hampered in that diagram? And where are you standing?
I don't think there's any hampering of that view. I think my opinion would be that actually if you turn it sideways, the view might be better.
What view? The view of the river?
Yes, from the street. That's what I'm talking about.
From what aspect?
Along River Road, around the building,
Where on River Road?
as you pass by the building. At
In
any
a
point.
car, walking?
Both, at any point. As you're going around, you pass by and that viewpoint actually changes as you pass by.
It changes in both of them. Is
Yes.
it dramatically better with the building being 75 feet from the street than being 135 feet from the street, and you can look at it, look downriver?
Now,
I mean,
what I'm
Where are
thinking
you
is,
standing? Are you in a car? Are you walking? Have you stopped? And are you looking? And, it's, if you don't like the project, I understand. But let's be real about what the difference is between the view shed.
Can I shift topics for a second? To give us a breather. Can you take me through the parking? Because as I remember the last case, I remember the views. This is better, and we're going to get copies of this, right? Because the last one just had some sight lines and that.
Yep.
But I remember parking to be an issue the last time, but it doesn't look like it is. I was just wondering if you could take me through the various uses, because we end up with a big number that yeah.
Let's see. I guess, well, I'll use the landscape plan. I thought we had Mr. DeAndreas here, but probably the landscape plan is the best one to use.
Because as I remember it, we were worried about the second floor being more like an office, and the office has a higher parking, and this is residential with lower. That's the reason why we changed the regulations, permitted the residential to come in.
So,
One parking space per unit,
that one. I
right,
don't
there's
think-
one parking space per unit
which is based on
on it being
mixed use.
mixed use.
On a mixed use, you can do that, so and then we have to decide if the 54 spaces plus the 2 for public access meet the requirements sufficiently,
And
we
we
have to
have
make that
10
finding.
spaces for the 21 boat slips that were added for the maximizing, as your regulation says, maximizing the water opportunity at the property. So we have a fairly large area for boat slips, because of the channel line being so far out, that we can add those 21 boat slips, which are basically what was there when it was a
Albany.
full-service marina for Albany. And then we took the square footage on the first floor and used that to determine the actual parking count. From a use standpoint, we probably will not need all that parking all the time, but certainly it's good to have it there for the both adult and junior rowers that will be coming to the site.
Well, from the pickup and drop-off, that the circulation of the horizontal orientation works better. I can see what they're saying about if you look at that, and you look at how
Here you have
the building spans
circulation
the
all
lot.
through there.
Yeah, no, I understand that. That's a much better circulation. On the other hand, you look at it and you can see that the building's gonna span the lot, and it is gonna impede some view. Walk me around your public access way on that.
Public, oops.
Yep, just on that landscape one.
Yeah.
Just take me around your public access
So
again.
It comes in here from 133.
Right.
Where you just approved
Right.
a
Yeah, yeah.
promenade along there.
Yep.
And then it continues here.
Yep.
And then
So it's
meets up
exactly-
here with Brunswick.
Yep, and that's exactly how it was laid out the first time with that little bump out in the first approval.
Yes,
But-
so that we actually have seating area here with benches, and benches here and here as well.
So here's my question to you guys on the orientation. Wait, let Dennis finish. Okay, so here's my question, everybody who's uncomfortable with the orientation. When you go up and down River Road, you don't really see the water that much. You see it as a pedestrian. And as a pedestrian, you have the opportunity to walk down now this public access, and that's where you're gonna have continuous. So I guess I'm asking you, because I'm not an architect, I'm asking you, how much does the orientation affect the public's enjoyment of the view? Because in fact, the view is enjoyed by the public walkway. I don't know the answer to that. I'm really asking, you guys are both
And-
architects.
And I
What do you
think
think?
There's more people who actually travel the sidewalk and the drive in the road than on the water side.
Well, I think if you're going to be looking for the view as a pedestrian, you would go down to the walkway. I think the point that you're trying to make is the vehicular view.
The
And-
vehicular view is not relevant.
Yeah,
I
and you
don't think
can't
there's-
see it, right, you can't-
So if you want the water and you're a pedestrian, you're gonna walk down to the public access.
Right.
Where you're gonna have a continuous access, and the orientation of the building isn't gonna impact you very much.
I actually think this end between Brunswick and this project, where there is zero boat storage on the property, will be give more view to the water. Currently, the 3 boatyards, all you see are boats in winter storage. Unfortunately, they don't remove them during the summer, and you get no view of the water over the current approvals. I think, my experience with the property next door with Brunswick, the view shed is between the 2 buildings, and I think, quite frankly, you have a choice having the site function
Effectively.
that effectively is, I think, just as important as the view shed. And I think we beat this, even though I'm not seated on this. I remember at 3 years ago, how we went through the siding of the building.
Right.
And we talked about sliding it one way or another.
And we eventually did slide it, as I remember.
And-
It did move down because I remember the conversation that Richard was looking for the view shed at the time.
And we tried to make the landscaping more robust at the driveways, and that's just what I recall. I think one of the challenges that we have on River Road is there's a space between this and Rick Crawl that we need to make sure that the walkway
Continuity.
continues. And unfortunately, we have to do it piecemeal. We can't do it all at once.
Well, actually, the one, if I recall correctly, the one in between you and the Crawl property did just get approved and has a walkway.
This one right here now has a promenade along the water. So you can go from Brunswick all the way to the southern part of the water club, walking along the water.
That walkway's completed?
Yes. I'm not sure if the one right here has been completed. It was something that you approved fairly recently.
It's getting their zoning permit sign off right now, as a matter of
Okay.
fact.
So essentially, this is the last piece that will then make this a real walkway.
It'd be more than a quarter of a mile, maybe half a mile walking along the water.
Yeah, I think if you walk by something like this, it's situated as proposed, it has a much more pleasant streetscape appeal than something that's turned on its side, which I think just looks odd. I mean, moving this thing back, especially if you look at this piece, I think has real appeal. What bothers me along River Road are the things that are built up right next to the road. And this just has the ambiance of, a large single-family home with very nice setback, which you couldn't do if it weren't abutting the river
Which also-
in its backyard.
Which provides a level of openness, actually, when it's set further back.
Yeah, and I think that's as important as looking at some of the angles, which you can look at, but I'm not convinced that where it sits as proposed, if you did a really detailed, geometry analysis here, you'd be significantly better off with the 90-degree rotation.
Well, I'd like to go a little bit further with what you just said. The articulation of the facade doesn't seem to be borne out by the plans and the elevations, except for the way it's articulated in the rendering. The depth that you portray in the rendering is really makes me feel like I'm in southern New England. But when I look at the elevations and study the plan, I don't get the sense that there's really much depth to it at all. One of the things that could really help the articulation is if it was more of instead of it being so rectilinear, if you created a kind of a fat T shape where the center of it pops out a little bit and you create a real and the facade is broken up somehow. It looks that way in the rendering because it looks like the roof recedes and you have 3 bays in front. On the sides, you have some balconies, but the articulation of these dormers, or I don't know what they are, at the top, don't seem to be in character with this shingle style that you seem to suggest on the front facade. So there seems to be to me, I don't understand I don't understand the architecture from side to side. And especially the back facade, it doesn't, it seems to completely fall apart on the back side.
The water side.
The water side. So, because I can't tell from the way you've rendered it what in fact's going on. I don't have enough information. I'm not saying that you haven't figured it out. I just don't see it. So that's what I'd be curious to see, because that's the thing that's going to make it, instead of it looking like a long rectilinear mass, a beautifully articulated housing project that has a boat use that really fits the neighborhood. I'd love to see just a more developed elevation and understand how it works with the plan, because the plan doesn't seem to give me a sense of that either.
Yeah, I agree. I think the rendering gives it some sense of depth and not a uniform facade. Some of the plans, as we look at them, it looks like,
doesn't look flat.
looks
It
like a
looks
little
nice.
bit of a miniature Holiday Inn. It's sort of a rectangle.
Yes.
Well, you're running into a bind here, you guys, because this is what the architect has done based on the input from the ARC.
I can't account for that.
And I'm not sure if you guys are making a comment or asking a question about the architecture.
Well, you know, it's interesting.
That's what it looked like
This is what we originally took to you and to ARC, and they said it looks too rectangular and
Do you
too
remember this?
square, and we want
wasn't
you,
here.
we want you to.
Well, take a look at it.
We want you to
This is what-
soften it. We want you to bring down the scale, and that's why John went to a gambrel-style roof.
Show them, do you have the rear elevation there? Do you have the
Yes.
rear? Okay. So,
And they didn't,
can
they
you
don't
put
like
up
the rear
new rear-
elevation either, so.
So-
That's what we had for the front.
So we've
And
got
this
to-
is what we had for the rear, and they said, that's too plain, and you need to really make it look more like the front of the facade. So,
I'd
So-
love it
Take a
to,
look-
I
take
would
a
love
look
it
at-
to be.
so we
So take a
we
look at
made
that.
some substantial changes
Can you
to
put the
this to
slide
address
up?
those comments.
Can you put the slide up of what the rear looks like now? Because that
It's right
one's-
there. I
No,
see
but
it.
that one's hard to see. There, the messy, that one, okay, there. Okay, so that's what the rear looks like now, and that's what it looked like originally, and those changes were done to make ARC happy, and ARC liked this new design. The only reason they have to go back to ARC right now is basically a string of minor issues that the applicant didn't have a whole hard time with. That's what Marisa was with us yesterday, and she filled us in on that. So there you have it. That's what what they
Yes,
have
but
done.
that rendering is quite interesting, but it's not accurate. It doesn't really represent, as best as I can tell, what's on the elevation and the plan.
Well, what makes it not accurate?
It looks, because I don't think that I can't scale these small plans, but I don't think that there's much depth
Well,
to
the
the.
drawings are not cheated or fudged. It's sketched over a computer model.
Yeah.
So it is, the relief is there.
Yeah, but how much is the relief? Is it a foot? I mean,
Yeah, this would appear to be, 6, 8, I'm just guessing.
That's 7, this is 7 feet back.
Yeah.
And then this comes forward 2 feet. I mean, here's the plan. And if you had a red pen, I could mark it up, but I mean.
Well, we can't, because ARC's not. But actually, ARC needs their must return to ARC, but most of it's minor.
You're saying this is
They could square it out with
7
ARC.
feet.
It's stuff like the window colors and.
Okay, that's.
Let me help.
You're saying this is
Let me.
7 feet, right?
Let me draw you the, I'll draw the curve.
Is that a technical term? All right, we're kind of, when you're done with that, let's try to get back to one meeting, okay? No, but you're supposed to be paying attention.
Okay, those were your two areas of concern.
You're saying this is 7 feet.
That's 7 feet.
And,
It's, that was sort of the conversation we had with ARC, the first meeting we went to them. With this one, they were actually very happy with this new design.
That's a riverside.
yeah, yeah.
And it really was down to details. You know, should the
So where are all the
frames be black or white for the windows?
Where are
Or
all the mechanical units?
On the roof.
They're not shown on your roof plan.
I think they got asked that. They have actually an issue that has come up that Marisa mentioned as well, that ARC did ask about, was the cupola being in compliance with 6127, and that you still have to confirm to the ZEO.
That, I think that was misrepresented. That wasn't the question. The
Oh, okay.
The stair tower and elevator as presented are in compliance.
With 6127?
Yes. However, there was a request to maybe make the elevator to the tower symmetrical, add another faux one.
Okay, but see, I'd rather see this thing.
Do something
pop
with
out.
the.
I missed all that, okay, so I
stair
didn't.
Towers.
Okay.
So what we've done though is added.
Okay, yes,
backwards.
Keith, focus.
Yeah,
No,
this is
just
from River Road.
till we can get these.
So
All right.
what's the air conditioning for the ground floor unit?
We're not there yet, I have to say. I mean, the mechanical system will be on the roof and it'll be screened. That's all I can offer right now. We have to get through you guys and ARC.
All right, so the compliance issue.
Right, but part of the discussion is how big the units are gonna be on the roof.
Right.
And so my residential's easy because you can do them with splits.
Mm-hmm.
The commercial requires fresh air, heat recovery for the new energy code, and some pretty large units. And I'm just trying to understand
Yeah.
how you can get that hidden, because it's a relatively large amount of square footage, and the amount of fresh air requirements is going to require space for those units.
Understood. We don't have that answer at the moment.
This is the top floor.
But we do have a large roof area. We've got a 4-foot parapet. We've got room
And the
to keep them
bulkhead,
out of the.
I'm sorry, does the bulkhead come up how far above the roof?
4 feet.
4 feet. So that can be hid. That you won't see that from.
The parapet's 4 feet. The
Parapet's 4 feet.
The bulkheads for the elevator shaft goes up to 15.4
Yes.
on top ledge.
Yes.
15, so
And
you'll
you're-
see that.
You will see that.
Right, and the stairwells have sloped roofs.
Well, they've been revised per the ARC comments, and we've incorporated them into some shallow cupolas. You can see on that sketch.
Yes, I see it. Okay, so then that actually goes back to their the reason why I've returned. They want to see the difference.
Yeah, that,
Okay.
Yeah,
The details of the railing,
right.
lights in the steps.
they didn't,
Okay.
that was another misquote. They didn't have issues with the railing. They didn't understand why we were showing cable railing and glass railing. And I explained in the meeting that the cable railing was at the deck of the rowing club, and the apartments all have glass railings.
Okay.
But we're prepared to provide a detail. It's not an issue.
I bet,
So this perspective drawing here, is that's showing the height at 15.4 you were mentioning?
okay.
No, those two stair towers are at 9 feet. Those are in compliance.
Oh, so it's you've revised the height as well as the style of it.
I revised the style. They were always in compliance, not to exceed 9 feet. There's a elevator tower right behind the left-hand stair cupola that is 15.3 or something like that.
I'd recommend you use a eco space that you only need 12 feet.
That'd be great.
What's an Eagle Space?
It's a Kone product. It's an 8-foot, and then you only have 4.5 above it.
Second floor, third floor.
Anybody else got any comments?
I think we need to have them get back to ARC.
Right. So,
I think
That
one of
would
the
be
things-
next Wednesday.
I think
Okay.
one of the things that Mr. Levy was trying to articulate is that it's very difficult to tell the true depth of that rake line of the gambrellas. At some place it's deep, at some place it's a foot and a half maybe. I think that's the difficulty that we're having here. There are some portions that actually are proud of the building line. Some of the balconies are off. Some of them are not. Some window, we have a second story, I think it's a second story bay window, but not the first story bay, or the third story bay window, but not the first story bay window. What I'm seeing in the back of the building is that I've got a big garage door, which I'm kind of expecting, but I've got all of these other windows that have no relationship to what's happening above it. I have some that have, actually are divided, that look like commercial windows, but others that are not. So I think there's a lot of things that actually ARC should be looking at the next time around.
Those are issues that came up the first time, and the impression I had was that we had addressed them as part of the revised design that we submitted. Those were specific questions that came up
The
with the
revised,
first
okay, 'cause
design.
I'm not too sure what drawing I'm looking at. Maybe they got a different one because
No, same drawing.
I find it difficult to understand this. I mean, the front, we've got, the gambrella comes down to a kick at the bottom of the roof. On the back, we don't, except for one side. It's just very disjointed to me a lot on this, so.
yeah.
So, what, we don't have, other than ARC, what are the other issues we have?
The only other outstanding issue we have is the ZEO has a comment on the flood vents, which is not a problem.
We will comply with flood vents.
Traffic signage and truck
Well, the
movement?
traffic, I think you didn't show, there was a request to show truck movements, I don't know if,
You know, that is something that we did last time.
Yeah.
And the footprint hasn't
it's
changed.
about the same. The traffic should be about the same as it was last time. You've got an increase for the 12 units. How many bedrooms total are in there in the 12 units? Do you remember, Pat? How many total bedrooms?
I think they're all.
They're all
There's a
No,
one
there's a
bedroom.
couple.
There's a one-bedroom with a study, so essentially.
There's 24 bedrooms essentially.
Yeah.
So this business about the windows and the shades, what was the agreement that you had made? And is there some other?
Motorized shades after dark.
Right. Somebody can open their windows.
We can make them put a motorized shade.
I think somebody.
You can't enforce it.
I think you can open the windows with the shades down.
Hey, but this is private property. Somebody, you can't dictate to a private property person that he has to close his shade.
These are going to be rentals.
It doesn't matter.
My
It doesn't
client's
matter.
going to have, and
We'll ask council, we're gonna ask our council, because now that you've told us about this is a private agreement that we wouldn't have anything to do with it, but now that we're aware of it, I'm just gonna ask for council to tell us whether or not it's okay. And if we tell you it's not okay, Mr. Whalen's just gonna have to accept that we're the bad guys.
Or why does it have to be anything to do with zoning? Why doesn't it just you two work that out on your own?
privately and don't tell us.
That's fine.
Yeah, I
I've
mean,
made
it's
that
got, it would,
representation to them, and we're.
right, it wouldn't be part of the commission's
Don't
decision
include us.
But also, there's no enforcement mechanism.
from the zoning standpoint, but you do what you want from a,
Even a neighborhood agreement.
Yeah.
You can't tell your neighbor
Yeah.
to pull their shades down.
at least don't bring the commission into it.
Don't bring us into it, because we don't think from a zoning standpoint, it,
Or alternatively, what about some sort of like tinted window or something where the light can come in, but it can't go out? I mean, then
We
you
were
got
looking
ARC
at that and
issues.
didn't really find a product that seemed to accomplish that.
Yeah.
That was one of the first things we looked at, because then it doesn't require mobile.
Right.
Okay.
Office buildings do it a lot. Now, it's probably expensive.
no, office buildings is different.
Yeah, I agree, with residential, but there is glass that does it, but it's not residential.
It's just that
Only put
you
it
gotta
in
keep
there.
us out of it, because you know, the basic principles of zoning were to protect people from,
Themselves.
okay.
I
So,
just quickly, two quick questions. Mr. Halbert, the previous design, you had done, looks like a mask model to put in the, some of the view shed drawings. Did you do a masking model for this, for the new building yet?
Not the computer
Like
rendering.
that? You had,
No, not yet. no.
Okay.
I mean, we've done a SketchUp, a rudimentary SketchUp font.
I think that, even if it's rudimentary, that would be actually beneficial, because then we can get a real sense of the depth of the rakes. I don't know if we addressed an issue, it's kind of something that's on my paper here, of previous applications, we've talked about actually rowing classes, that kind of stuff, but we're kind of in a mixed-use situation here between residential and teaching, if you would, classes.
And also marina.
But yeah, public, yeah, right, okay. And I'm just, did we address or talk about actually that cross between, it's Saturday, I'm in my unit, and I'm not moving my car, or it's Friday night, there's a class, and I'm coming home from work, and I want to go park in my space, and it's not there? Did we address that kind of?
You need to have assigned spaces for the residential units?
I think that would make sense.
Is that,
That would- To have assigned spaces for residential units. That would seem to make a lot of sense.
okay. So I think that's, it's, like you said, actually, new regulation, right? This is kind of a first of it. Because it would seem actually, if you've got classes going on a really nice June afternoon, right? Everybody's out on the water. I get out of work, I come home, and, there's the Greenwich Country Day
Would it
SUVs are sitting in there for my
would it
parking
make
lot.
sense to do something like that, just thinking out loud, from 8 to 10 and 3 to, or something like that, so that the time that people would be coming home, their spot is there, but if they're not staying in it all day long,
The
then,
issue is Saturday and Sunday. When the.
Right.
So.
or maybe, yeah.
Could the applicant just talk about the scheduling of the rowing facility? I mean, my recollection, I don't have it in front of me, but the schedule is not the same. It's heavy week mornings and week afternoons, but not weekends.
But that's when the marina traffic, mostly the boating
Right.
traffic
It would
be.
switch from the rowing
Right, but I
instructions
think
to
that
the
you're
boating.
trying the residents who live there, I would think they would have first right.
Right.
And so, I think you don't want to make it overly complicated, because you have 12 spaces for the residents, and the rest, it's going to be up to the landlord
to figure it out.
to figure it out.
I mean, it's a mixed use,
Why don't we let the applicant figure it out?
Yeah.
And then come back with that solution?
That's fine, we'll provide something to you on that. That's
Okay.
part of our traffic comments.
okay?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Where are you going?
Did I say that?
What did he say? We need an extension on this. No, here's the hesitation with closing. If we close it and something happens with ARC,
We
we
will
have
be
our
in front of
hands.
ARC next Wednesday, so
Yeah,
we
but,
could extend this
but
to
if
the
we close
30th.
it and ARC goes south on you, it would be better if we were open and could still work on it.
Well,
No, that's fine.
Regardless of,
Just leave it open.
regardless of what the ARC has to say, I have a list of things that the commission's asking for related to site
Yeah.
planning issues that
Okay.
I imagine they'd want
Yeah.
to address before closing.
I have that list too.
Okay.
Okay,
We can compare notes.
okay.
But if we need to provide an extension,
I have that we need an extension, that this is a must-close by 5:21. So if you can get back on the agenda for 5:30.
that would put us on the 5:30.
Yeah,
agenda.
because it's a must-close for 5:21. If you move it to 5:30, and how bad does the 5:30 agenda look? Not bad, okay. All right.
I was going to say that about tonight, though, too.
Yeah, I thought we would have been done earlier, but I think we sort of wallowed in a couple of them as a result of feeling like we had had the postponements. So our next application, you again? Is Sherwood Farm LLC. You know, every now and then I see the transcript. Yeah, I did. I was muttering. Sorry. Sherwood Farm LLC, final site plan and special permit at 10 Sherwood Avenue. And this, people's, is a must close, and the maximum extension has been, well, the maximum extension doesn't do us any good, so this is basically a must close tonight. Mr. Hegney, what we had as open issues for you on the 2nd of April. I gotta wait till the. What we had as open issues after the 2nd of April were two. And at this point, I don't know what you're gonna do, because you still don't have a sign-off from engineering on your incremental impervious versus your approved plan.
Yeah, and our engineer from Soundview has provided that information to Mr. Marucci. We were hoping that he would at least be able to review it for zoning
hear from him.
purposes, but that hasn't happened. We could go ahead and close it. You could receive engineering comments after that would go to
We
staff.
could do that, and then your problem would, if he comes up with any concerns,
I did speak with our civil engineer, Brian Muller, and he believes that he has satisfied all of Scott's comments, so.
okay, I don't have, if you think that you're not, that there's gonna be no change to the site plan based on the drainage status, we could close it and just wait until we hear from, and then you don't have to come back.
And that's good.
If we close it, can we take?
We can't change the site plan. We can take DPW's comments because they're internal to us. Correct, somebody?
Is though, if there's something negative there, the applicant or anybody else for that
He's
matter
willing
doesn't have due
Yeah.
process afforded to them to react to the comment.
Mr. Hegney's willing to take that
Yeah,
risk.
I think that
He
that's the
thinks
risk
that the
we're-
issues
What
have
about the
been-
public?
Mr. Ferrano is here, he's the applicant.
No, I'm just,
didn't see anyone
I'm
else
Well,
practically.
it doesn't make, it
practically-
doesn't make a difference. We can just close it. You're gonna probably be here for another application.
I
We can
would-
close it when,
I would-
the next time, once you've got the drainage.
I would rather you say something like, sort it out prior to zoning permit sign off, if there's an issue, than the first
Yeah,
way
but
around.
DPW hasn't approved it at all yet.
In that case, leave it open, I think.
Because originally it was an exemption.
Right.
And then they realized that there was 7,800 extra square feet of impervious that they didn't know about. So now they had to submit a drainage plan, and DPW hasn't signed off at all.
Could
could we suggest convert to preliminary? Go right now as a decision to final, and then he comes back as final with DPW comment?
Katie?
I mean, the applicant would have to agree to that.
Well, I'm just saying, is that?
Did you have to
also-
You know, when I'm down to just that, I hate to
You are down to
have to
just
file a
that.
whole nother application, get it back in the queue. I'd rather take the risk that, that we are not able to work this out with, or we haven't already worked it out with Mr. Marucci, because the plans have been
Here's-
revised and submitted.
Here's this risk, Katie.
You submit them?
Recently, very recently.
It was probably either the end of last week or yesterday.
So, Katie,
But I saw the comments were at the end of March.
the original comment, the original DPW, because they didn't know about the additional impervious, I think, or maybe they did know about the impervious and you just didn't get the drainage done until now.
Well, what is the drainage that you're proposing? Like, what is it? Like a surface runoff, or, I mean, what is it?
Mr. Ferrano's business is providing plant material and installation of rain gardens. And
So is he putting in a rain garden?
No, a cold tech.
yeah, he's gonna. Right between this new storage building we added in this house is in fact a rain garden that has been installed
So where's
there.
all this extra impervious coming from?
We put some parking in here. And it was really just the footprint of the building and the parking here and here. But the rain garden has been sized for that. I think Mr. Marucci wanted to see the calculations. I don't think there's anything more we're going to need to do on the site itself. When you look at
But they had an exemption originally.
the reason that we continued it from the meeting at the beginning of April was we have a barn here that was built in 1930 that was used as part of the horse farm before it became, before Mr. Ferrano purchased it. And then we have these storage bins here, which are open,
And ZBA gave you all the variances.
and they gave us the variances that we
So-
needed.
Katie, Mr. Hegney's risk is, if DPW doesn't approve it, we deny it,
Right.
okay?
And I have
it's-
to resubmit anyway, which.
Right. So, I mean,
Which
so I
is
guess.
where I am if I turn it into a preliminary.
So so it would be understood, or you would state so, that if there's no issues, then it would move forward. You're right, you would close it, and if there's no issues when the comment comes, you would take appropriate action, or whatever
Right,
action you're gonna take. But it's stated that if there's anything negative in there, that it's a denial.
Your goose
Yeah,
is
and then we have to refile with the plan that addresses
that's the
whatever
risk
Mr.
he's
Marucci
taking.
wanted.
Okay.
And also, but more importantly, sorry, Mr. McRae, but more importantly, the representation that Mr. Hegney's making, that he understands that he will have to submit a new application if there's a negative DPW comment.
And the only other thing
Or
that you had
revision.
outstanding was the conservation comment, which we now understand what happens is that the plants come for a very short time and are not fertilized on site, and therefore there isn't the contamination issue that she was concerned about.
And we have two areas, they're a little faint here. This is the area where the plant material would be buried for short term. This is this portion of the Byron River. Then there's another area here where the plant material is mulched with a leaf mulch.
Okay.
Which acts as the fertilizer for it, and
But they're not-
also acts as a growing medium to retain water.
Okay.
So the plant material here is kept on site and does grow.
Okay.
Whereas the plant material here, which is in the area closest to the wetland, within the 100-foot
Is
buffer,
potted.
is potted.
And is in transit.
Right.
Okay.
Just
So you have
quick,
both going on there.
two quick things, actually. One, in the leaf mulch, is it it's plant materials that are brought to the site, stored in the leaf mulch on a temporary basis to be moved, to be sold and moved off-site? Or is it something that's cultivated to maturity and then moved off to site? We were thinking about this kind of issue of the back and forth of.
Some of it won't necessarily be sold during the season when it needs to be planted, and to maintain it and to have it ready for the following year.
Okay.
It would go in this area, and that area would be what would be mulched.
So planted and cultivated, if you would.
Essentially, yes.
Okay, great. Mrs. DeLuca, just a quick question. Understanding this scenario of this possible decision, I would just like to make sure that we're not setting a precedent or actually going in a direction that we've been trying to kind of hold against, where we close something without comment from a department or something. Is this a concern, you think? Because I think it's one of those things that, before we've had issues that's like, we really don't want to close anything unless we have the final say from the departments.
Right, I mean, it's a practice that I advise against,
Yeah.
generally speaking.
Exactly.
But in this scenario, I think Mr. Hegney, that's what I was trying to make the point, that it's Mr. Hegney who's making the representation that,
Okay.
I think if there's an approval from DPW and there was some ability of somebody to take issue with that, I mean, if it complies or it doesn't. So
Right.
if he's saying it complies, even if someone has something to say, I mean, they've not said it during the record.
Regardless of what Mr. Hegney's.
So in other words, the plan wouldn't have changed. So
Yeah.
if someone has something to say on that plan, this was the opportunity to say it. My point is, if there's some revision that is needed,
Yes.
that's where it becomes tricky, because then then the due process is being
Regardless
put
of
in
what Mr.
question.
Hegney said.
And then we have to come back to you.
Right,
With a new
right.
application.
So
What I'm
saying
thinking
there's
is
no
that,
change to the plan.
Separate council, separate project kind of same, we get into the same kind of situation. It's not Mr. Hegney, it's some other council. We get this kind of same situation.
Well, he's taking the risk, Mr. Hegney's taking the risk.
Right.
And it's his choice.
And it's
In other words, if there's no change needed to the plan, I think that's appropriate. If there's a change needed to the plan,
He's going to get denied.
that's a problem, because
could
then.
would
But then
we,
he's going to get denied.
Right, and
Right.
he's representing that he's accepting
different
of that.
council, different project,
I-
would we
I-
be
I
offering the
understand.
same kind of a situation?
Yes.
I'm willing to offer anybody a denial.
Okay.
Or give them the opportunity.
The same thing actually for any other department or advisory committee.
I mean, advisory committees, that's that's a different scenario.
Okay.
Because they're advising you, and you're making the decision, yes or no, based on that comment. So
Right.
that's different.
Okay.
And that I wouldn't say would.
So I think I've kind of clarified.
But I mean,
We're
generally.
receiving comments on plans that have already been made part of the file, been submitted to a town department that reports that submits reports to you. If anyone had a comment on that and thought there was an issue, like the first application I had this evening, they have the right to comment, and they do. That one we clearly left open so that we could have comments made on it.
Okay.
But here, the public has had their opportunity. I should add, at the ZBA, they also received notice, and no one spoke at that hearing either.
So everybody's okay with closing?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll close this item. And with that, we will adjourn the public meeting.
Thank you.
Is there nothing to do,
I didn't see anything.
Okay.
We
Good
will go
night.
home now.
That's it?
No.
Well, if you go through the list, they've either been extended,
Yeah, that's
kept
true.
open,
That's
this is
true.
closed, but we're going to hear back.
Right.
I didn't find
And the
anything.
minutes were screwed up,
So can you
making Andy an alternate, I think.
voting on the minutes?
No, I think, Andy, there's some problems with the minutes, right?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't realize I was
He was
demoted
demoted,
to
so in the minutes. He was listed as an alternate.
alternate.
Well, if you don't show up for that meeting, there was a vote.
Yeah.
It was both of them. I could see if it was.
of me. Andy, we're mad at you. That's basically the gist.
That's, I was kind of happy I could go alternate.
All right, and you guys all saw that Alex Bergstein postponed, right?
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Alex Bergstein postponed the Monday meeting. I think she didn't realize that the legislature meets till midnight all the time.